Bro, want to buy an account? Check it out. Conqueror tier, firearm finishes, and outfits are all available.
Nice account. I'll buy one. I'll go get the money first. Stay here. I'll be right back. Alright, got the account. See ya.
Damn it, I've been scammed.
Buying an account might not get you the account, but you'll still lose your money.
You might not receive payment for selling your account, but you'll still lose your account.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are about to kick off a very exciting day here at the PMGO EECA. Things are going to get interesting as we move into day one of the knockout stage. And we got the most knockout man in esports with me. It's Max Man. How you doing, bro?
I'm going to knock you out right now, Jackie. It's good day. It's good day. Okay, sorry. I got a bit too real. I got excited, okay? But no, today, as we tend to say, per tradition in PUBG Mobile Esports, Jackie, day 2 is the real day 1 because yesterday was calibration. We got all the groups sorted out. And that means today, Doc is going to get serious. And that's scary to think about, right? He's going to dominate.
Yeah, he's going to be coming out swinging, man. He had his moments of madness yesterday. There was some little highlights sprinkled in, but today's where most likely he's going to be reaching a fever pitch. And so will probably a good majority of our teams. As like you've alluded to, right, we got that opening day out the way. Recalibration's been played out, so we'll be able to dissect and really discuss where our teams are going to be. Before all that, though, let's get into the format. Run the viewers at home through all the need-to-knows that they need to know, Max.
Well, oh, sorry. I'm a little bit sick, by the way, so sorry. I'll try.
You're all right, buddy.
I'm getting
You're
right
all
back
right.
into the right mindset and everything. But yeah, today's going to be the first day of the knockout stage. It's going to go on for 3 days. Every day is going to have 5 matches played. Of course, you've got the groups rotation happening every single time that teams do need to take into account. But Jackie, what matters the most, of course, is that at this stage, you want to be in the top 4 because if you do so, you can skip the last chance qualifiers. Again, you can go straight to the finals and be big chilling over there. So top 4, that is where we're going to be paying a lot of our attention towards to see who's going to be at the top of our leaderboards.
Yes, exactly. That's what they're all trying to keep themselves in top contention for. And that is due to the substantial sums of money that are going to be available. That overall $80,000 of cold hard Skrilla that is up for grabs. Specifically here and where we are in the tournament, the knockout stage, that's going to be $11,000 on the line, with first place taking home that 1,500 bounty. So a good chunk of change here, Max. But of course, like you're mentioning, right, that's just the stepping stone. This is basically your real stage 1 of this big pathway and momentous tournament as we make our way through an exciting part of the PUBG Mobile esports circuit this year. This is the overall element of it, though, what people are going to have their eyes lighting up about, Max.
Yeah, the $15,000 for the champions. But of course, the main focal point is to be part of the teams that will be making it in the top 4 to the PMGO main event of Season 1 over in Jakarta. It's going to be a LAN event. It's going to be epic. It's going to be so sick to see he's going to be able to qualify to represent the EECA region in that tournament. But right now, the prize pool at the top, even second, third place, you're getting so much hard cash. And again, I said it, MVP is cool, but we don't always have a rookie award here. I do wonder who could be taking that one home. You got a few names, a few stragglers that could be snatching away that title for themselves. And of course, the point system that If you watched yesterday, it's going to be the same today, which is going to be 10 points per chicken dinner, trickling down to 0 from ninth place and below. And of course, 1 point per elimination, which today, Jackie, is going to be very important because we do have Rondo in the map rotation. So Rondo, of course, with the inflated points, some teams are going to get some big games on that battleground.
Yeah, big money and big Rondo games. That's what we're looking at as we'll be switching up the format today, of course, getting into our more regular swing of things. But talking of swinging between where we were yesterday, of course, we've reshuffled the groups. We played out recalibration. These are our official groups that we're working with going into Knockout Max, based off the seeding that we had there, depending on if you placed highly or low off of those games. This is where you've ended up. As you can see, ironically, the conversation we had towards the end of the day has come true. Aurora are still in Group A. They've made it in there. So that one actually looking a little bit top-heavy with them and Champions both in the same group now.
Yeah, it's the Mongolian super group. It's Group A with Champions and Aurora. You know what? I'm happy about one thing, at least. We do not have Mad Esports and DG77 in the same group. They're in Group A and Group D, respectively. So we're not going to have that weird potential hot drop happening in Farm, even though some of the players apparently of DG77 said they were keen on going for that again over on Instagram. I don't like it, but you know what? Mad lost it so many times here, Jackie. I just say, Mad, just give it up.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. And as I said yesterday, it's a trash location. There's so many better options around the map, so please, it's just not worth it.
No, it's fair, man. You know, we had our little our brief respite about discussing the farm semantics. Hey, they've got their reasons to want it, but if you don't have to fight over it, that's even better. You can till that land for free, grow your vegetables, and have a great old time without anyone bothering you. But will they be bothered by many other facets today? That's the big question, right? Looking forward to seeing where the sort of power level is for a good majority of our teams, DG77 included. Max, as I think yesterday we saw glimpses, but like we sort of, you know, discussed on the day, right? We weren't seeing that true power level. It was more of a warm-up day. Some teams treating it like scrims, like TT. It worked out quite nicely for them. We saw that reserved, methodical gameplay, good mechanics, nothing too out there. Some of our other teams that I'm potentially thinking could even be in the runnings for what you mentioned at the start of the show, that rookie award that came through the Club Open, felt like they dropped in like a pebble, mate. We didn't really see their same style of play. Was that jitters? Was that them trying to save a bit of their strategy for today? A lot of questions, Max. That's kind of what I'm setting up here, right? I think we're going to see a better test and one for the viewers where they'll be far more impressed with the quality of competition we're getting today here in the knockout stage.
Look, I think we can all agree and say that day one was just such a weird day. Today is going to be completely different. At least I'm hoping it's going to be completely different. Otherwise, I feel like I won't be able to do my job as an analyst to break down things of what's happening in game. So no, as you said though, I'm really happy you brought up TT Project. I think they're the team that we're going to pay attention to as like a team that is going to bring a lot of that success from the calibration into the following stage of knockout stage. So I'm really excited to see how they're going to play. But here we're going to check out our schedule, and compared to yesterday, we had 5 Orangles. Here's going to be 1 Rondo, 2 actually, why am I saying 2 Rondos today? I'm so used to having the double Orangle, double Miramar, double Rondo, 1 Orangle, double Miramars, but of course this is off the back of the group rotations. And on the first game on Rondo, it's going to be groups A, B, C, and D. Which means we're not going to be having A, B, C, D, E. E is not going to be here. Yes, I did have to do my alphabet just to double check. 777, Vicious, Ozorox, and Amix will not be participating on this first Rondo today.
Hey, man, you know what? Alphabet aside, this is actually quite a tasty way to start things off, mate. You bit of double Rondo. Oh, could we have asked for anything more intense to start? I think that's nice, right? And like you say, it's a good change of pace. Yesterday, we had the classics. I've had enough oxygen. I've had enough trees. I've had enough forests for the day. Let's start it off with what we really want. A lot of scrapping, a lot of revives straight back into the fights. And I think this will actually be pretty good then to, like we were saying, get the blood pumping early for a lot of our squads and get a good test of the different caliber we're playing with. It's a fun format we got here, mate. Very different, obviously, to what we had recently, seeing some of the teams that have made their way through, back from the Club Open for Eastern Europe. This is our meat and potatoes, PUBG Mobile Esports, Max. We're getting a good distance format, longer portion of finals, more intense action. I think we're in for a treat. Feels like today I'm in it, mate. You know what I mean? We've boiled up. This is what we were waiting for yesterday.
Now, I'm really excited for today, but I do want to bring up one interesting point, right? Is that calibration, we said, is kind of the official scrims of this season for PMGO EECA qualifiers. But we only played a wrangle. So that means the drop locations were sorted out over there, the early rotations were sorted over there, well sorted, except for, you know, DG77 and Mad Esports, but outside of that, it was pretty chill. Then, you keep in mind, we haven't played Rondo, we haven't played Miramar.
Yes.
This is going to be our first Rondo of the tournament. It could get a bit hectic over there. Of course, it's Rondo, so Jackie, we know we're going to see some hot drops possibly in Yulin, Neox Factory, maybe even in Stadium, we don't know. But outside of that, teams might have a bit of a rocky start here on Rondo because, again, this is the first time we're seeing this battleground in this tournament. So the hot drops might be all over the place.
They very well could be. They very well could be. But we'll let them off if it happens here. I think that's the exception. We won't have to bring out Bad Max just yet. And you certainly wouldn't be Bad Max if you were running through these games on that Infinix GT50 Pro as well. Being able to get out there, dealing some damage. That would get you in a good mood. And hopefully for the viewers at home, you are in a good mood today. Get yourself sat down, get a coffee, get a snack, and sort of lock in for the long haul, Max, as we are now ready to officially start day one.
I wish someone would have told the plane pilot, not driver, to lock in a little bit, because this is a terrible plane path. This is so sunny. So many teams are going to have to stretch their drops, maybe pick up some cars on the way on some of the main highways of Rondo. But outside of that, I'm looking at Yulin. We know one big team that likes to drop in Yulin is Aurora, right? Previously, APG always dropping over there. I don't know why they would change their drop location. They're going to go for that usual 3-1 split. A lot of the teams are going to do something very, very similar, as Neox is also a little bit too far out of reach. So I think that Neox is just going to be giving up this game. Yulin is going to be the meat and potatoes of this first game of the evening. As you can see, Avalanche C1 is going to be over there. 27+2, and actually I'm looking at Aurora. It seems like they went more to the western side, not committing to the city because the city is just fully stacked here with teams. There's going to be possibly 4 to 5 teams in the city. As you can see, it's going to be Champions Esports here, already up to 2 eliminations, but will be losing Fearless as the first player.
Hey, here we go then. Let's see what they can squeeze out of this one. Obviously, yesterday, Champions looking very good when it came to the dueling. They were always throwing themselves into fight. Is that destined to rise? Already taking some casualties as well. Okay, that'll be Afterlife that are throwing some fists their way, with even Top being removed from the equation early. So we start off Rondo as we would expect it to continue, with lots of early encounters of fists, or more reactively, bullets being thrown at one another. Atomic up close. Let's see if we can put the heavy artillery to good use as they overwhelm towards GGM. And do pick themselves up a decent chunk of points already and get Fearless back into the action.
I love it with Atomic. Just with the M249, you can pre-fire for days at that point. You just keep running and just keep spraying and hoping it does connect eventually. Looking at the 5 Aurora versus 27+, they're taking big beating early on in this match. Top, as you said earlier, right, Jackie was eliminated, now followed up by Refus, but they do have Zeal at Recall Tower. Top was already brought back, so again, not going to be losing too much. They do get 1 elimination for their troubles, but again, early game Rondo, some teams will take an L, some teams will take a W, and then from there on out, you'll see the game evolve pretty naturally for most of these squads. Though, Avalanche taking 3 big casualties. I do believe they also are going to have a recall tower available, but I saw most of their players were around the city of Yulin, so if the tower is kind of separated away from them by some enemies, then it's going to be really hard to get the full reset. We'll see how long they remain as a solo. That's 27+, yeah. 1 elimination for Ruzenboss. Team that has been, I would say, topsy-turvy yesterday, despite it being very weird in day 1 because it's calibration, right? So things are going to be a bit all over the place. But this is a team that I think with these players on this roster could achieve big things, even possibly make it to top 4 to go to the finals. But Doc, apparently, the dockening is real because, again, he's got a second life available.
Double dock. God, you wouldn't want to see that coming down a dark alleyway, right? 2 docks running at you, mate. That would be terrifying. This is actually, I was going to say surprising, but I don't even think it is. This is more kind of part of the course of what we had expected previously, right, from Afterlife. You've got them coming out swinging early into Rondo. Now, yesterday, obviously, they really did start to hit a good form towards the end of the day, but they loved a bit of scrapping on Rondo. You see, they are one of these teams teams that's willing to just get involved with the action early. Again here, already building themselves 4 elims to play off of. Surprised, though, to see that GOAT team still quite quiet in terms of getting thrown into some of the fights. They looked reserved yesterday. I was curious if when we got into Rondo that would change for them, as historically they were a bit more aggro. Back in the Club Open, the lesser teams they had against them in the lobby, they were willing to take a ton of fights. I'm curious if that's still going to be a trend in today's games. We'll keep our eyes on it. TT, mixed bag of results for some of the encounters they had. They ran into the backline of Afterlife, got the 1 knock, but then gave up the goose. They will be able to recall once again, though, so back to the 4 players on that squad.
So I'm seeing something quite troubling in the leaderboards. Avalanche still have yet to pull their res on their 3 members. So, and even one of their players was taking a lot of damage. So I don't know, they might get eliminated very soon if they don't get the res, if they don't find a recall tower available for free in this game. Could be a very rough start. They at least got 2 eliminations, but you know that on a Rondo, 2 eliminations, that is pretty much nothing. As Arcred also going to be looking to make their ascent. Team that got clutched up by Doc yesterday, so they want to try and redeem themselves a little bit, going into the knockout stage. Good knock here onto Tapok. Got to be careful. Atomic, Champions players, got an off angle on you. You don't want to overcommit here, or you could have a cheeky opportunity to take down one of your players. As I say that, yeah, that's going to be start. Knocked on AC here next to Yulin. As Doc back into the fight, back into the fray, but now with his teammates. And they're looking to take down a few members of Metacore. There's going to be 1 extra point headed their way. Off to a decent start, but though they've got to be careful here. You got 1 just waiting on top of this building. And the flush will not come through. Reefus is going to be brought back to life once again.
There we go. Doc up to his old tricks early on, then at least with the elims. Free to his name. Zol assisting nicely and being able to scavenge the squad back to full power. I was having a quick glance over towards the map feed, but I haven't got my reading glasses on, Max. So I couldn't quite spot out where that solo man from Avalanche is at this point. You got my curiosity peaked up. I was wondering where he's actually going to be going for this later recall back into it, or if this is going to be a bit of a mixed bag for them on the start. I think Avalanche yesterday, we saw kind of, you know, they had a few games where it looked like they were hitting some pretty good strides, but they certainly were the punching bag in a couple of opportunities. It'd be a shame for them if they're not able to at least get into the scrap a little bit early in Rondo and kind of stretch their legs, man. You go down with those 2 elims, like you say, it's going to be a rough start into the morning.
Yeah, not what you want. Of course, you want to try and make sure we capitalize on these points on Rondo. And keep in mind, because we do have the groups rotation, you're not going to have as many Rondos as if you just had 16 teams playing the entirety of this tournament. So when you do have a Rondo, you really want to capitalize on those inflated points that could be headed your way. And actually, looking at this, Champions Atomic also going to be taken out early on this game. Not having too good of a moment here. They do have still 6 eliminations, so not too bad. But I do believe Atomic is on his first life, if I'm not mistaken. Hopefully, otherwise down to a trio, things are going to get a bit rough moving forward in this Rondo match. There's also just overall very split all over the place for some of these players. And the circle is not too bad. So genuinely, I think after we have these early fights kind of wrap up, we're going to get to a moment where the game is going to get a little bit stale. Teams are going to try and find decent positions in the zone. Yeah. And just then it's going to get to circle 3, 4. So yeah, this is going down as a typical Rondo, except for D2R that here are going to be losing 2 players out in the open. No nades though for Demo. He's actually very undiluted. Tier 1 helmet, Tier 1 vest, also very damaged. And just over a clip with the AUG. So I would say Demo here, sure, taking this fight is a good opportunity to get some early points. But I would possibly just give it up because you're going to be in the blue taking a lot of damage. As Keynote, good angle, and able to find himself Ral MVP in the distance.
Just that 1 mag and some change to play with. He's already unloading a couple of shots initially. This is looking a little bit rough, mate. Trapped between a rock and a hard place, literally. But he's got the boys in the vehicle driving up to attempt to assist. And Fearless with a downrange damage will get the connection back over. So destined to rise that were trapped in the ditch. That seems to be where their grave will be left. Meanwhile, we join back over at the POV of Aurora, thrown into the scrap, looking to lock the Caspar on this one. Top up close, fighting towards the stairs. It's a good peek. Nice confidence on it, but no connection on the shot. Reefus closes the distance, turns the corner. Instant tap there. Good control with the shotty up close and personal for the instant headshots. And they'll be able to pick the pieces back up on this one. Save Doc's bacon and reset. Now, I was curious about this. I was having a little bit of a look where Goat Team were on the map feed before, watching their rotation. They've gone for their more classic setup of the slower 2-2 split, where they do fragment off. We're seeing this a lot back in the Club Open, right? They're one of these teams that are very willing to play it out this way, especially on Rondo. They know that they have a little bit more flexibility. But this fight in particular, this is the head-to-head between two of our teams, right, that were really neck and neck, constantly in a power struggle, back in that Club Open, Max. So this could be good to see where we're at a litmus test. I mean, you've got the recall back in for Misha here, so playing it a little bit slower for Afterlife to get themselves at full form. But will Goat Team start it off with some elims? That's the question. You got Focus and Co wrapping over to assist. Because right now they are still in that split-up setup.
And you can see that Goat Team had a really good 2-2 split here. There are 2 players in the front line just trying to create an entry point in the zone, and 2 players on the back that actually were our recall tower. So they were just kind of testing, can we get into the zone? If not, you lose 2 players, you can go for the full reset. If you do get in the zone, you just have your 2 players on a recall tower regroup with your 2 players in the actual phase 2 zone itself. So it's a good game plan from them. And yeah, Goat Team, I would say a complete shift of playstyle compared to PMCO EEU, right? Because looking at their previous playstyle, they were very aggressive. I would say at times almost disrespecting the lobby, right? They were just looking so confident in that lobby. But here, you can't go away with disrespecting, I don't know, TT Project, C1, Aurora, all of these big names, right, in this lobby. So, of course, if you do one slight mistake, these are teams that are willing to punish you at the drop of a hat. Realistically, you're going to have a really bad time. So, yeah, I would say here, putting a bigger emphasis around their macro gameplay, making sure they don't take unnecessary risks, except for the hot drop because it's Rondo. But outside of that, they're going to go as safely as possible in the play zone. But things are looking pretty good. But Champions already up to 9 eliminations. Aurora up to 7. So this is the Mongolian domination so far in this game. They've had an absolute field day early on, and especially still got 4 players to go. Most of them down to their last life, though, as they did have to utilize that recall tower. So they did have to... no, just keep that in mind. If you go for a next fight early on, you might actually lose some players for good in this game, because a lot of those recall towers, I'm looking at the map feed, are actually somewhat camped out by teams. So if you do want to try and get some players back in at this point in time, you might have to fight for those recalls.
Hey man, if this keeps up, we might as well rename some of our different groups. Where Group A, effectively, we could just call that Ulaanbaatar, because it's the capital of Mongolia, mate. Like, this is peak. Yeah, there you go. That, if you didn't know, Ulaanbaatar, that is the capital of Mongolia in real life. A beautiful place. It's a beautiful
Did you Google that? Or did you just know that?
No, that's topical knowledge. I'm aware.
Oh,
You've got a strong Mongolian scene in esports, far and wide, mate. You need to know about these things. You've got to be switched on about Ulaanbaatar's legacy.
Ulaanbaatar. Okay, you know what? Geography with Jackie.
There you go.
We're learning here in PMGO ECA region. As Metacore, decent entry point to the west, though. I would say leave this fight. Not worth it to take it with Afterlife. You got a few cars also to initiate that rotation. It seems like Tiger wants to hold the line, but it's a bit risky as a few shots will be coming his way. There you go. I would say not worth it whatsoever. Get back in your cars. Get back into the play zone. But it is going towards Altin right now. It's going to go to a big city up northwest of the map next to Stadium. Not looking likely to be an actual proper city finish, but we do have some city currently in play on stage 3. So Motion also making a mad dash in the play zone. A lot of teams here. The thing is, there's not going to be enough space for all of these teams, so we're going to start losing squads very soon here, Jackie. And actually, as I do look at the leaderboards, we did have then a full reset for Avalanche. Not sure when it happened, but they were down for solo for the longest time. They did have a full reset, so good for them. Avalanche are indeed back in this game.
Yeah, you are right. I didn't even actually clock that myself. Obviously, that's what we were kind of discussing, right, of when they were going to get that reset off, because they went down very early. So glad to see. Hopefully that bodes well for the end of the game for them. We were a bit worried that was going to be kind of a tepid start where you go out. It's always the sick, twisted element of Rondo, Max. I know it's the sort of thing you do. You get into a lobby, thin the herd down to a solo, and then just watch and wait until they recall to farm them for another 4 points all over again. You're a mean man like that, Max. But that's what's happening here. Already damage from downrange. Avalanche taking shots from 2 different sides. Oh, they might just be offering themselves up as sacrifice off the back of the spawn. This is not ideal.
And this is actually really bad for them because they're in a really strong position. Any team that's an opportunity to wrestle that position away from the hands of Avalanche, they're going to full send it. So they better reset quickly because otherwise some teams around them, like maybe even TGM in the city, could be looking to claim that real estate for themselves, but mainly it's going to be the side of Afterlife as they do clean up shop here, up to also a decent amount of eliminations for themselves. So they're having an absolute field day today, it seems, on good old Rondo. As Motion also looking to be, you know, relatively center of this circle. They got some good cars hidden behind these walls so they can keep them in working condition. But Aurora moving in the shadows, in the distance, looking for maybe a cheeky angle on good old Motion, our Polish super squad. As Matek, I would say it would be good if Matek and Ked could regroup in the center because all you need is one off angle and the entire setup just falls apart. So you've got to be very careful in that specific type of position.
Yeah, don't over-risk things for now. See what you can do to try and keep yourself clean and with the best stature to play off of. Ooh, look at the peak from top. Instant engage on the reface. He's crisp with it, but Fleek hits the flick back and does damage onto them. They've got a little bit of space to play with here and vehicles for the cover to at least break up the fight. The trapped Avalanche squad that we were highlighting on previously still taking damage down range as well, with Afterlife looking to fully wipe onto them and make sure they convert all the points they could physically steal from this. Reefus jumps out the vehicle. Yeah, it looked like he was going to take far too much damage from that. It's off the back of the Org from Glory, who gets the quick peek up. So you're starting to lose some of that firepower now on Aurora. They're more fragmented than they want to be. Top in the back line with the smoke blocking the vision there. Doc looking to assist from the side as well. He's off on that split with a wrap round. He's been able to get a ton of damage off from it. Can actually flush onto them now. They should clean up. So one by one, that's going to be Arc losing out on their squad mates, with Avalanche also being eliminated in the meantime.
Oh, this is Aurora when they mean business going into this first game on Rondo. Though you've got to be a little bit careful. SSC, you can see on the minimap over to the east could be looking to maybe claim a bit of that real estate for themselves. As the final player of Glory here will be trying to get the hell out of dodge, but good engage from Ked behind that wall. But it's going to be really hard for them to confirm those knocks at that kind of distance. Actually, oh, okay, as I say that, actually, he was able to get himself behind that ridge in time. So that's going to be Doc fully out for the count of this game. Down to a trio. The firepower just going to be slightly weakened, but SSC, as I mentioned, could be looking for a third party, and they're going to be doing exactly that, though you don't want to disrespect any of these players. One overpeak and he could get punished. Top, M4 for Scope. The overpeak with a nade is there, and that's going to be punished by Top. Now, got to be careful. The utility coming his way does create a slight dip for him, but can he survive? Can he actually get some backup from its teammates? Actually, it seems like that will be exactly that. They did reposition a bit further, as that is going to be Ziol fully flushed out of this game. Same for Top, and that is going to be game over. Still, what a big game for Aurora, taking home 10 eliminations in match number 1.
Yeah, it's good. It's nice to see. Come out swinging. Obviously, yesterday you were saying, you know, Aurora, a very dominant team. They should out stage at the bare minimum. Probably your favourite, do some damage. Not a bad word about them came out of your mouth, Max. You were very confident in their overall gameplay.
Trust
so
the
that's
process.
Nice. Yeah, exactly. That's nice to see. I'm curious, though, just how much then we're physically going to be getting out of some of the other close contenders here in terms of the elim spacing. You're looking at champions and both Afterlife to really keep this one going. Afterlife's fight versus GOAT has gone a little bit south from where they wanted to. That double nade setup should be clean to knock down Ravo, but he's still standing, and Windy has been given an inch. He'll take liberties on this. Gets a bit of a shot back over. They will try and hold on strong with GOAT team going down in that encounter. Now, Afterlife are weakened. They need to reset from it with a Nox coming over, so it'll take them a few seconds to recount from that fight and get themselves back up on their feet so they can keep moving, but do still have a duo to contend with.
Oh, this mountain to the west is just so strong. Afterlife, really good hold here from Ravo and Windy. Of course, Windy being one of our top, actually the top fragger, right, of Calibration.
Yeah.
I think they got 11 eliminations over the course of 4 matches played for their team. So in a position like that, it could be looking good, but keep in mind they only have a duo right now. So things are going to get a bit scary if anyone looks to try and encroach on their terrain. Looking at the teams also in the city, up north, Jaltin is going to be, Mad Esports and TGM. They will have to make an exit too, and you know what? There could be a decent entry point to go for wide southern wrap around Afterlife. But the thing is, they don't have too much information because that kind of mountainside is really denying a lot of vision for these northern edge teams. Mad Esports, though, will attempt a push, sending some of their players on the front line as a proactive scout. And they will be claiming the high ground for themselves, but will they be able to do it and survive? That is the question we'll have to answer very soon. As TT Project, also in a very similar situation, does have to make a push, but they see Champions in the distance. Currently one of our top squads in terms of elimination. Still got 4 players. Not a team you want to mess with. But Zerich has got the 6x on the AUG. That could be some good cheeky headshots. And if he finds Nox here, that could really hinder this game for the side of Champions. But everyone here that's not in circle has to possibly go for a crash at this point, Jackie. You're not going to get any position in phase number 5 for free.
You can fight for everything you want at this point. And those fights are continuing with 27 plus taking shots from the uphill side. Mad Esports unloading, being able to get a few connections on. That's Prepod from DG77 as well, getting an adjustment shot back over on the Champions to make them a little bit more uncomfortable in their reign of domination they've currently been running on this lobby here on Rondo. So we'll see how that one goes. Obviously for DG, what are they going to be looking like form-wise over the course of today? Thus far, slow burn here on Rondo, but room to breathe potentially into the later game. That's the rotate in as well from TT, pushing up a little bit. Mad still continuing. You can see as we join back over once again, it's another nice connection. Still being able to hit heavy with the AUG. Even if you're not quite getting these flushes off, you're making it very awkward for the push-up to get an angle to really fight you on fair terms. So you should be able to take a clean duel on this one if they keep coming.
Yeah, I mean, the M4 is not played anymore. It's just AUG all over the place, it seems. And also cover flares, because we are on Rondo. Actually, that's going to be a really good cover flare coming out from, I believe that was TGM side. Trying to create a bit of a transition point, an anchor point in the play zone to hopefully commit to their fight between themselves and Mad Esports. But Mad Esports could also use as a decent defensive position, so it could be a double-edged sword in this exact scenario. TGM still got 4 players. They still got the cars too, and they're looking to full send it, but you've got to be careful. You're too slow. You are going to get naded on out by Mad Esports. Good opening knock. That should be also maybe flushed out very soon. That's some extra chip damage left, right, and center. They're looking so dominant. And TGM just playing so passive, not looking to commit to the fight. And just these nades alone could end up eliminating the entirety of their team. They need to commit. They need to push. If they delay it any further, they might get completely demolished in this game.
You got to give it. Let's see some of that confidence. Ooh, that's one that's going to knock the wind right out of your sails. The nade there landing underneath, blowing them to bits and really leaving them with just a thimble of firepower left. And that convergence from the backside with 27 plus nipping at your heels. You've never felt more uncomfortable than this sandwich of squads that you are the filling in. You're effectively the cheese between 2 slices of bread, Max. That's not where you want to be.
Yeah, it's not going to be too comfortable for these teams. Come on, Mad Esports. The thing is, they got a pincer situation. I like what 27 plus are attempting to achieve here by kind of wrapping up this fight and pushing it from the northern eastern edge. They've got good ridge to work with. It's keeping them relatively safe, unless maybe TT Project or Champions look to take up that position for themselves later on in this game. Still, we've got 10 teams alive, and I'm telling you, it's going to go down to, I think we're going to go down to 5 teams upon the end of phase 6, going into phase 7. What a knock, though, from Windy, and that is going to be that one flushed on out. Good tower position. Afterlife could actually keep farming eliminations off the back of that spot. That tower is looking really strong in this zone. Aphis going to be spotted out from TT Project, and 27 plus up to now 8 eliminations, just shy of making it to the big double digits. As Prepod, DG77 also locked in their own fight on this tower, but unfortunately Nomi overpeaks it and will get punished.
DG, ooh, up close and personal, set up with a clothesline as you run straight into the arm of Prepod there, ready for action. Now, the interesting thing as well, they leap themselves up off the back of the wipe they've just got themselves to guarantee some extra points. But I was about to say, Max, the amount of knocks we had seen from DG77 that have been unconverted up to that point, I feel like the knock rate they've got is going to be through the roof when we check things out stat-wise at the end. So especially now if they start to get themselves into a flow where it's not just damage, it's not just knocks, they're also actually converting, and they've been building up secretly throughout this one, and maybe they'll be a contender for some explosive stuff towards the finale of our first game here on Rondo. Pressure mounting as well for 27 plus, bullets still coming in, nades there. alongside the vehicle detonating, making it more uncomfortable. Mad were trapped for some time, but they still want to try and cook on this one. Oh, Absolute. The drop down. Has he got the angle? Look at the peak. Good for one. Sets up for a second. Outrageous scenes.
Come on, you got to push it. You got to wrap it up here. Absolute getting so much damage, but he's even got the backup of his team. That is going to be Mad Esports securing 3 free eliminations at this point. They've got to be careful. We've got some teams in the distance. They see you from over there. It's going to be the Eastern teams of Champion and DG77 just kind of rain absolute firepower on that location. But they still have some cars to kind of use as a defensive position, so not too bad for them. But the circle is phase 6. We're about to go into phase 7. And as I thought, we are indeed down to half the lobby now in just a matter of, what, 2 minutes? We got 5 teams remaining. Actually, just 1 full squad here in Mad Esports. The rest is going to be down to trios or duos, or even 1 solo in the case of SSE. But DG, they got this tower. You've got to be careful. It's quite nadeable. 1 Molotov actually would be huge. I'm surprised Demo's committing to the nades and not the molly. But that's good. Oh, you know what? I take it back. That was it. He gets it right on the money. That's Freezer knocked on out. And now we need the backup. We need all of the champions to regroup on this fight. You need to eliminate them, because otherwise, having a team behind you as you try and push into the circle, Jackie, it's not going to work out. We need to see a squad wipe happening right here, right now for Champions Esports.
Yeah, do something magical on this one. See if you can really let yourself rip your way through. As it's dire straights out there, limited space to play with, and the squad still breathing down each other's neck. Demo, he's been good with the tracking and tracing this time on the readjustment, still gets shots down range, good chip damage as they pull up to try and get themselves back into cover. Limited space to play off of, got a bit of hard cover from the rock in the front line, peek back towards the ridge side as well, still getting shots into the feet. So if you show even the tiniest bit of skin, Demo is dialed in right now. He's been an absolute madman with the elims we're seeing him throw out on the server at the minute. Running a train on the lobby and looking good for it. Oh, let him go, Max.
Boy, he's crazy with the orb recoil at that kind of range. Look at this guy. Demo's popping off. But again, you got to keep in mind, Dagestan, down southeast of their location, they didn't clear them off, meaning they're going to be pincered between 2 teams. And Dagestan officially now are indeed in the play zone. Sure, 1 player gets knocked once again, but there still could be a hindrance to this chicken dinner that could be headed the way of Champions. So now we've got 2 teams, 2 angles to deal with. These rocks are not going to be as easily to defend, because you got 2 squads looking at your location at every single moment in time. Kino, though, actually knocked in the distance. That's going to be quite a hard rest to go for. I would even say just give up on him. Unfortunately, he's going to be in the blue possibly relatively soon. So that is even maybe going to get flushed out fully by Mad Esports. Yoink, point taken by Takinov. Up to 6 elims for Mad Esports. And look at the amount of presence they have in this circle right now. They're just all over the place. Sure, 1 player did get knocked, but it might be able to get reset very soon. Takinov will be trying to attempt a run to the tree, and he gets punished. That's Demo out for the count, and so will the entirety of Champions Esports as they get eliminated in top 4. 3 teams now remain. Mad Esports, also still DG77 and a solo of Afterlife. But if I'm not mistaken, it is going to be Windy, our top fragger of day 1. Can they redeem this game in a 1v3v3 scenario?
Oh, well, the points you've got there already accrued for Windy, even just logistically thinking about trying to get the highest placement points as possible on this one. You're going to want to run the clock, keep your eye on the stopwatch, and then try and worm your way in for that 2nd place. If you can find yourself in a world where Mad take DG77 on headstrong, and one of those 2 squads are removed first, that's going to be where Windy's eyes light up. He's good in these sort of moments as well. Keen for the clutch, very individually talented and self-sufficient in a late-game scenario like this. Mad Esports, they've had a lot of uncomfortable battles inside of this Rondo matchup, but how good are they when it comes to a more classic firefight? For DG, they've been warming up too, man. That's what I was saying, right? The amount of knocks they were actually able to find themselves. You could see they were putting good damage out consistently in this match. Now towards the tail end, they've hit a fever pitch. This is Windy's POV. He's seen a little bit of an opportunity again. The minute he plays his cards, though, he's effectively announcing to the lobby which angle he's playing from, loses a bit of that element of surprise. He's got a wall of smoke right now to keep them somewhat guessing on his specific location. So he wants to try and wait until the time is right, but pre-pod with the eyes dialed in, that's Windy gone. So Afterlife removed, we get our final 2, but who's walking away with the chicken dinner?
We'll have to see who's going to be taking it. Not gonna lie, Jackie, my feet is frozen, so please take it
Oh,
away.
all right, that's fine. I didn't see the message. We're all good.
All good.
Let's dial back into it and see where it goes from here then. So far, so calm. Nothing unnecessarily being thrown out from either of the two squads, as you've got Mad Esports setting themselves up still, just waiting for the jiggle out. Now, to be fair, the way they were playing it, it was nice connections from the backside. Takanov was able to get some really good shots downrange on the champions, and it was surprising because you had them basically pinned in position where Demo was able to keep locked on them, right? And he was doing a good job of running interference. Takanov was looking sick on the peaks. Isolating him could be the key to victory here, and with Freezer taking the fight, instantly gets the chip damage off and that initial knock over onto them. Yeah, okay, here we go. DG77 are starting to cook now, Max.
Yeah, it's going to get real dicey. The nades, I believe that might be right on the money. Takanov knocked on down. Actually, not by the nade, but Zadira sprayed with the M4. And this is exactly why you hold on to your cover flares until the very end of these matches. And you know what? The solo player of Mad, he's like, no way, but the nades are coming on in. Can they get it? Can they snatch it away? And it will be actually secured by Zadira. That's an extra elimination point. And DG77 securing the first chicken dinner of the knockout stage.
Oh, you'll take that. You'll take that. That is a juicy cherry on top of your delicious dessert chicken dinner to start out the day. DG77, a big meteoric rise in the lobby on that one. They were coasting with about 2 Elim points to their name relatively late into that game, and then we saw them hit that tempo. Back-to-back wipes, getting themselves into a great spot and handling some of the biggest quantities on the server in that one as well, Max, right? Taking out some of our leading squads to get themselves that final result. So fair play, that's a big game.
Yeah, they're going to scramble with motion, able to snatch away that tower, and I do think there was a clear mistake made by Champions. I think that them delaying the fight with DG77 opened up an opportunity for them to come back. They were given an inch, they took a mile, and you saw Champions, they couldn't use the rocks as proper cover because you had two teams actively looking at their location. And they just, after, were able to snatch away the position of Champions, and they still had cover flares, Jackie, which in finishes like that, when it's just a flat, open-ended finish, chuck a few down, you've got so many good angles to play for. And in this case, Mad Esports pushed downhill, fully in the open. I believe used most of their utility earlier versus TGM. What are you really going to do? In this case, there wasn't many options they had available for them. And DG77 just had a field day securing every single one of those points. Even the solo player that was trying to deny the point to the blue. But no, they had a different plan in mind. They secure it with that nade from Zadira and taking home a massive 11 elimination chicken dinner here on Rondo.
Oh, yeah. There you go. This is what I was saying as well, mate. Zadira's name constantly popping up in the Elim feed throughout that whole matchup there, where you could see just the amount of knocks he was able to get right. Then they started to convert these into actual complete Elims towards the tail end. Nomi also looking good for some of the impact. Good distribution of damage, though, between Zadira and Prepod. Prepod was looking like he was well up for it. We were seeing some of the close quarters combat. That man never looks scared. There's ice in his veins. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, he was going crazy on day 1 too versus Mad Esports, right, in Farm. He was just constantly trying to force a fight to come in his way. He's one of the top new best fraggers in the Eastern European region, in my opinion. Though looking at Nomi, of course, he's a storied player. Actually, 95 elimination. Ooh, getting very close to 100 elims on a Rondo game. It's very rare we get to that point, but we almost got there on that first game. But I think Nomi, we saw that a little bit. I don't know if you would agree or not here, Jackie, but during PMCO EEU, he would tend to commit too much to a fight without any backup from his teammate, and he kind of fixed it towards the end of PMCO EEU. I want to see that Nomi in this tournament. I think it would be a lot more successful in the overall scheme of this event.
No, yeah, I think that's a very true sentiment to raise early. It gives us a good sort of time to telegraph that and see if that's something that will be a trend and has been fixed throughout the running for this tournament. Because if this is the sort of form they're bringing to the table, they're looking really good. Obviously recalibration's one thing, we can forget about it. Meat and potatoes of the action here. The team looked good, and so did Prepod, being selected as our winning player MVP for the team there. Good damage, good overall impact as well. Showed again why we were excited about this guy when he was thrown into the melee.
Not sure who's going to be our top fragger. There might be some players with more than 5 eliminations. I wouldn't be too surprised. But of course, the MVP has to be from the winning team, which in this case was DG77. Actually, really, that's a really good ratio of headshot. 38%. He was really accurate with those shots. But Windy! It's always Windy, Jackie. I don't know how he does it, but every time for Afterlife, from a new coming team too in this event, he gets 8 eliminations, almost 1.2k damage, then followed up by Prepod, Demo, Kino, and Ruzenboss. But Windy, I don't know how he does it. Like, he is in a lineup of teams that is so incredibly stacked, and yet he prevails. He stands tall in the ending here and gets so many points for his team. So yeah, Windy, new global MVP contender. I know this is early to say, but like, genuinely, his sprays are madness.
Yeah, I think it goes further than that as well, where there is something about Windy where every round of ammunition he has, Max, that'll be converted into damage. It doesn't matter what he's doing. So regularly. He's always firing off rounds, but he's always getting chip damage. The guy is on point. It's really impressive to see. We were ranting and raving about him when we first saw how good he is. Glad to see he's back in the top spot of showing us some of that today. Let's have a little bit of a look at the overall stats then off the back of that opening game and sort of give you the lay of the land of the big point earners. It's actually a tie in terms of the total points that we get brought through for both DG and Afterlife as well there, with just how many elims they had. Only difference being the chicken dinner, of course, as a tiebreaker mechanic that will be a benefit for DG. Towards the bottom end of things, this is relatively similar to what we saw yesterday, other than the fact that you've got Destined to Rise and TT down towards the bottom end of the bracket. Obviously, they were playing some great individual PUBG Mobile yesterday. Still, bit of a shame to see a slower start for Goat and Ark as well. Not really hitting some instant quick form on that one, Max.
Yeah, it was also unfortunate to see some teams get 1.0 points on a Rondo. I think there was Metacore, there was KZ Esports, our first chicken dinner team of day one in the calibration stage. So very unfortunate to see such a bad result on Rondo. And again, because of the group's rotation, you technically don't have that many Rondos to play over the course of these 3 days of knockout stage. So you really want to make them count when you can. But you know what? For that first Rondo, they'll have to try and redeem it a little bit more. And I do believe it's a kind of a knockoff effect of the plane path that was really rough. You normally would split the hot drop between both Yulin and Neox Factory. In this case, they were just like, you can't reach Neox whatsoever, so everyone's just concentrated in that one city of Yulin, and things just got really hectic. And I would even go to say unpredictable, that you don't know who's going to come out on top because you got so many factors thrown in that equation that you just have no idea what the result's going to be. But hopefully next Rondo will be a kind of plane path, maybe even the double plane paths, because those are really fun to see come down.
Exactly. We had it once or twice back at the Club Open. It caused for some exciting moments, so we'll see if that's something that's in the cards eventually. There you go, though. First game wrapped up. Quick thoughts on that one. Any outliers potentially that either you were impressed by that maybe didn't get the best result there, Max, or anyone you're expecting to maybe see a little bit more of before we head to a break? Quick thoughts on that.
Ooh, champions. Got to make sure you clear your backside when you want to try and go for pushing the circle on the edge. I think that here they gave an opportunity to TG77, and that was the fumble. Otherwise, maybe it would have been a Champions Esport chicken dinner. So slight adjustments need to be made to see more wins coming out from this Mongolian super team.
All right, keep that in mind, Mongolian fans. We'll be back with some more action soon, so we'll see you in a couple minutes' time.
Start the wall!
And welcome back, esports fans. We're locking ourselves back in to see how things are going to go for our second game of Knockout here today. Already, Max, felt like a far more classic start to the day. This is what we wanted, right? You know, we've had our coffees, we've sat down, eyes bright, tails bushy, and the games have been delivering thus far with some of our bigger names in terms of the squads, certainly coming out swinging. So that was a good start on Rondo. But as I imagine the viewers saw, if you didn't catch it, of course, a bit of a different map pool rotation today in terms of the games we're playing. So we're going to have only the one Erangel that's coming up next. Then it's a back-to-back Miramar, and then a final Rondo finish for the day. So room for some different strategy and potentially excitement as the day goes on, Max.
Yeah, no, it's going to get really exciting, but it does feel very odd, I do have to say, to have only one Erangel. Normally it's the one you have the most of.
I know.
You've got 2, possibly up to 3 Erangels per day, but no, we only have 1 today, meaning that the next few days we'll have more Erangels because it changes every single day here for the knockout stage. But yeah, going into Erangel is going to be interesting to see mainly the hot drop situations. Normally most of them have been fixed right. I want to see them potentially mainly farm location. I want to see military island, what's going to be happening over there. But outside of that, it's the grassy pastures back on the menu, always good to see. And finally, Jackie, we're going to have a serious Erangel game happening today, which is going to make me very excited. Can't wait to see what these teams bring to the table.
For the first time in what feels like a long time, which is surprising, right? Because that's the thing, you're saying, we'll get a few more games of Erangel as we go. We had 5 yesterday, Max, back to back, but weirdly, they all kind of blended together into one. You know,
just one big game of Erangel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. One hodgepodge, a smorgasbord, I believe the term would be. Although that would imply there's different things on offer. So, yeah, it's just one big baguette of green.
Oh, so much green. Talking about the green team, we're going to have TT Project. They're going for a western drop this time around. Not going to be going around Rozhok area. They're going to be... Actually, there's a very wide split next to Primorsk, Western Coastline. Also a player, I think... Actually, 2 players inside of Quarry next to Afterlife. So you've got to be a little bit careful to not get caught off guard. And as I say, actually being caught off guard, 27 plus taking instantly 1 casualty to the hands of Kino of Champions Esport, the team that was not quite able to secure that chicken din on Rondo. They'll try and redeem it this time, but they're going to be in Therapy, which is surprising. We are seeing this hot drop happen. We didn't see it go down back in the previous tournament, so maybe teams are keeping their hot drop location hidden. And now they're going for the real drop, and unfortunately, they had the same idea. 27, got to be careful. Pubg down. They're also going to get a knock onto one of their extra teammates. Aslan Boy, at least still alive with the AKM. The thing is, Champions angles, look at Demo Fearless. Even though some of the 27 plus members are trying to find some hiding spots, they're just fully surrounded by Champions players. What can you really do in this situation? And the thing is also, if you're very unlucky, you're not going to have car spawns on this road. It's a really weird road when it comes to car spawns. Sometimes you'll just have nothing there. And in this case, I think they're just locked in this fight. And looking at the loadout, he's got the pump. He's got the dual MP7. Genuinely, such a terrible loadout. Not much can really do here. I think this is going to be an early death for the likes of 27 plus.
Yeah, this would be a sad way for things to go, as we touched on there with the map pool rotation. If you're thrown in with your one sort of more consistent quantity and instantly get shown the exit of stage left, that would be brutal. You're also effectively feeding points over towards a squad like Champions as well that will be grabbing that opportunity with both hands and be walking away very happy, smiling from ear to ear. In fact, if they get this one clean, you don't even want to lose the one man though, so let's hope they can dispatch the rest of the squad quickly if they want to leave with their heads held high and get Demo back up on his feet. Kino was crisp on Rondo, but what's his footwork looking like when it comes to an up-close encounter versus a nade to the face? Dodges that one. Fearless takes the brunt of the damage. They're looking to keep pressure on this, as you will see the peak up. Aslan Boy looking for the hold back. Meanwhile, Ruzin gets unloaded by the clip and will go down early. Demo gets the adjustment off to finish that one, and the shotty from Kino will handle the situation. So as you said, mate, that's our first squad down. Not what we expected to see, I don't imagine.
It was a really good plan from Champions. I think they didn't expect a hot drop with a 27 plus in this case. But what happened is they actually took so many good positions in Ferry Pier. They actually gave, maybe 1, 2, 3 buildings maximum to 27 plus, meaning they were very undiluted. Look at the final player there. He just had an AKM with, I think, barely any attachments and also a Scorpion, which, if you got to swap to a secondary, you have nothing to work with and you have to take on an entire squad of Champions. No, if you want to do a hot drop, this is a very smart way to do it, which is denying loot early on. And in that case, there was no comeback available for 27 plus. Though looking at another hot drop, it's going to be over to the western coast. Also a very weird area for a hot drop, it seems. Afterlife, got to be careful. They still got 4 of their members up and running about as Windy. Also there, flushing out that point, confirming it for his teammate of Misha. Got to be careful, there's still one more. It's going to be BCG Pro. But as a solo here, he's got a Uzi. Very low helmet and vest. I think this is going to be also game over for another team as he's just going to get swarmed straight on out by the entirety of Afterlife. Good damage actually there with the Uzi as he swaps to secondary, but it's just not going to be enough. Metacore eliminated, swept under the rug, and 2 early points secured by the good old Afterlife squad.
Yeah, Afterlife in it to win it today, it seems. Coming out swinging. Exciting stuff, man. You know, it's kind of crazy, right? Because obviously they did feel like the dark horse out of the teams that made it through dominantly when we were watching the Eastern European Club Open, right? They were the side that kind of took a little bit longer to get themselves into a groove and eventually were lapping some of the other squads we were really excited about. We were saying, oh, low blow, look how good they're playing. Then Afterlife came to life and gave us some absolute madness. Here, the fact it's now starting to look consistent over the first 2 games could be a very good telltale sign of this team really proving there's a lot of talent in this team. We'll keep with it, though. You did mention the GOAT squad, so let's see what they can do. Ayato, it's a name we haven't said for a while, but he's instantly unloaded onto Doc and been able to get that opening knock towards the team. Aurora, will they be shining bright? Quick connection from Focus. That was a rapid shot. And Top's down on his last legs as Force will assist. Oh my, this is going very wrong for Aurora.
I am surprised Aurora decided to commit to this fight when you see that the opposing squad of GOAT team had a hovercraft. Early on in the match, it's very annoying to deal with a hovercraft, and you can see Doc, right? He was split away, which is typical Doc fashion, right? Likes to be split away from his team. You got a hovercraft, you can just rock up on that player, and then you can just create an opportunity because he's trying to move and not get squashed by it, right? And he puts himself in danger, and then you got an off angle from your teammates, and boom, you get that early knock. So that was very unfortunate for them getting caught off guard. But the hovercraft, you do need to respect it a little bit more. Aurora sent to an early grave for 3 of their members. Of course, no recall towers here, so they're going to be down to a solo for the rest of this game. And another hot... Okay, Jackie, we got way too many hot drops. I thought we were going to see way less. We're actually seeing more hot drops than in calibration. We had 2 in calibration. What was that? We had 4. We had 1 in Ferry Pier, 1 Western Coast, 1 to the bridge, and now we have 1 over here in apartments, and you also have 1 next to shelter, I believe. Why? I'm genuinely confused. I have no idea.
Well, you know, you were saying if it goes on any longer than I believe day 1 of Knockout, Bad Max would be out with the ruler, very upset. This is almost, to me, a bit of a pleasant surprise. It is risky, and it is quite ballsy with how some of our teams are kind of throwing caution to the wind and being willing to take a lot of these committed fights right off the back of the plane path. But, hey, it's giving us some good esports to watch for now, at least. So I'll take it in that sort of stride. But yeah, man, kind of crazy they're willing to get thrown into things so early and see what they can do. Destined to Rise down, set up towards the shelter side. They loved this position. It's a great angle for the peak as well. You're going to hear them coming. You can swing in. You are trapped in a choke point, and you have eaten the buckshot.
Yeah, I mean, he's just camping every single just entry point. Off shelter. We did have 2 near shelter finishes yesterday, right? So shelter is just a bit of a focal point here for PMGO Eastern Europe, Central Asia, it seems. A lot of teams like to play around here. In this case, it's going to be the side of then D2R looking to claim a bit of that real estate for themselves. At least, you know, one team that's got a really good position, didn't have to fight for it, is Dagestan, right? DG77, they've got himself this heaven location locked on down in that split. And this is going to be really good, especially early on. You're dead center of the circle. You have 2 players in heaven, 2 players from DG77 over to the western side near Alamo, southern side of Yasnaya Fields. So they're going to be looking relatively strong. On this circle, I would recommend DG just a quick regroup, especially onto heaven. I would say right now it's a very, very strong position as long as you're able to zone teams away successfully. Outside of that, Reefus, solo of Aurora here, Jackie. Can he make it to the play zone? We're generally not even sure. This is not going to be an easy one as a solo.
Well, Mad throwing bullets down range and looking to clean up in their head-to-head versus Destined to Rise. With the squad already fragmented, it's not looking too good for them as the numbers are getting worse and worse. And with a clean up from Bets, it's an easy pick to shut down the team. So they would be living up to their name on this one. You'd be a bit frustrated with how the opening on this game's gone. But Destined to Rise getting some good connections of points out of that as well with a full squad wipe. So they'll have 4 to start this off, putting themselves into a nice little spot. AZ as well with a read onto Avalanche. How are Avalanche going to be faring here? Obviously, we're, again, effectively just being sort of pushed around the lobby back on Rondo. And they're going to have a bit more fight in them in a head-to-head like this.
They can just coexist together. When you're around Mansion, these two buildings are kind of separate from each other. Avalanche don't want to stick around, surprisingly enough, even though it's not in a bad spot in this circle. I think they just found a better option up northeast. One of their teammates, Tommy, actually scouted out a free compound up there, so they're just going to send all of their forces up there. Which, actually, you know what? Sure, they could have stayed in Mansion, well, on the outskirts of Mansion, but it does potentially make your later rotation harder to execute because you're next to another team in the sense of KZ Esports here. So they're just like, you know what? We don't want to have any neighbors. We just want to have an easier early rotation upon phase 3, 4, 5, whenever they have to rotate away. So yeah, it's a good setup for the late game. Did they have to do it? No. But is it something that could reward them heavily later on down the line? Yes, definitely. So I think the Avalanche here are being very smart about their early game positions. And even got a little bit of a cheeky 3-1 split. So just keeping a lot of options locked down because it was a big northern shift. So that means a lot of our forces, a lot of our teams and players are going to be focused on the southern edge. Actually, and not only them, also Afterlife are doing a very similar rotation. They're going north of Yasnaya Lake currently around the map. So all of these teams that go for these wide east or western rotations upon a circle similar to this are just avoiding early skirmishes like it's the plague, which I think is just a very good way to approach lobby that is as stacked as this one.
Yeah, dude, if you don't have to fight, and it's not guaranteed you're going to get yourself a nice chunk of elims for it without risking it all, definitely don't bother. So we can see that implemented there from Avalanche with the move away. Tommy has been pretty consistently one of those players for him as well that does seem to try and effectively be more of a forward scout, where he is better in terms of his positional play, more of the macro sort of assessing, okay, do we need to peace out? Should I be somewhere else? Than needed in the front lines most of the time. We were seeing him basically trying to keep him alive on a shoestring back on Rondo even as well. So that still continues here so far. For DG77, no need to throw out any fists just yet. They've been given a bit of an easier time of it in terms of just getting their loot on and slowly making their move. Might be contested here on the move up a little bit later though, depending on how things start to shift with the circles. You do have a couple of squads in close proximity, maybe even back down just on the exit from Shelter side as well. We could have that run in between Goat Team and Destined to Rise. And then, of course, there's that one man that limped away from the early fight versus Goat Team in Reefus as well. He's just trying to keep himself alive for now. See if there is any opportunities for some way of getting points on this game.
I just saw here, Jackie, we just got an airdrop exactly on the location of DG77. Like, they're on Heaven, they can't move away from this spot, and they got an airdrop that just fell right in the middle. Yeah, I wonder what kind of loot they got. I believe it was looted up by Nomi. Maybe they got an MG3, a P90. We saw the P90 being very strong yesterday, right? So a lot of the players were playing around it like
big,
Head on Team Motion. But Circle did go around the southern fields of Yasnaya Polyana, so it could be a very open-ended finish this time around, as Destined to Rise were able to exit successfully outside of Shelter, which is unfortunate that Mad Esports didn't want to give up on that fight. I wish they did. It was not really worth committing to a fight with D2R. It was also just on the edge of phase number 2. So in that case, a little bit of an L taken by Mad. Hopefully they can try and fix it moving forward, not taking any unnecessary fights like some of our northern teams we mentioned earlier. They've got cars. They're a little bit split between Museum and also this compound that Darling is holding up. The center of the circle, Alamo in particular, TT Project's got a really solid 2-2 split. I think this could be a really strong game for TT Project. We'll see if they can claim that chicken dinner this time around. As Goat Team's got the hovercraft here, Jackie. That could be looking really strong in an open finish like this.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a boon for them since the game began. So if they can keep it alive and use it as some nice cover to play off of and an oppressive tool, it could be beneficial. Force close range angle. Oh, turns the tide. The Poseidon plays as he punishes with a shotty up close and blows them away in close proximity. This is my compound, he screams as he defends the line. And TT looking to fight against Avalanche as well. Will they be snowed under? So far, it's good on the response back, but you've only got one player left alive on the stairway. Avalanche might actually upset on this, but he gets his timing out through the door, even somehow staying alive with a chip damage off the back of the nade, and has unleashed upon them. Oh, the downrange shot as well. He cleans up mop and bucket, Max.
I do have to say, sorry, I was looking at the fight. I was also looking at the elimination feed. Reefus just clutched up all of motion. He's still alive. He clutched up the entire team. What is... Reefus is a solo. I think he got 2 or 3 eliminations off the back of that. Hey, production, if we can get a replay, I really want to know what happened over there. Oh my goodness. The thing is, you don't want to overlook any of the members. Even as a solo, it could be Doc Top, even Reefus. You don't know. They can step up to the plate and get some absolutely crazy clutches, just like right now. But now Champions looking at their position, holding on a really strong 2-2 split. You've got to be careful, though, getting very close to Destined to Rise. If you were going to take that fight, you might want to fully regroup with all of your members. But yeah, it was out here, so he took the fight in the dips of Yasnaya Fields. And now he's got a ton of cars, so he's got an easy rotation to work with, it seems. But the thing is, it's a very strong spot. I do think we're going to have a team crashed out very soon. So Reefus, double clutch back-to-back, maybe? Question mark. Could happen, yeah.
Man, that's absolutely wild. You know, you kind of say it with half mind that it'll amount to not much, right? When I was like, oh, well, Rufus is still alive. He's found himself a bit of safety after GOAT team went in on him. A GOAT team actually going to be the squad to test him again. That could be sweet irony if he's able to find a way to punish the team that removed the rest of Aurora from this lobby. Reefus with the nades out. I mean, he should have a couple of crates to play off of to restock himself as well, considering the cleanup he went on. So he's got some good utility here. Spamming onto the front line, seeing if the bullets will connect and hold back the wave. Nades bursting in air over the top. It's a little bit of chip damage.
What?
Oh, how has he done that? Force instantly hit with the backline nade. Surely not. Can he actually take this head-to-head versus GOAT team and finally shut down the team that ruined Aurora's chances coming into the opener of this match?
Doc taught him well. That was a nade on a moving player in a car. He's got the angle. Got to be careful using the FPP mode in the smokes. Gonna get as much information as possible while trying to remain hidden away, but the nade is there for Moxie. That is a wrap. Aurora sent out of this game. Match number 2, not able to get any placement points, but still 3 eliminations thanks to the redemption of Reefus as a solo. But you know what? They'll know next time around to be a little bit more cautious on Military Island with that team. Although we only have 1 Erangel today, so you know what? Maybe have to rethink it for day 2 or 3 of knockout stage. It's now back to the west, and yeah, everyone sees this dips as just a very strong defensive position. Arcred set up shop over there, same for GOAT team as they eliminate Reefus. But Champions got absolute oversight on everything from that western high ground. They see everything that's happening over there. If a fight does end up happening between GOAT and Arcred, that could be a strong third party from Champions to maybe control the entirety of this western circle.
It certainly could be. Mate, already this has been a spicy game. Excited to see where this goes from here. Then Demo with the downrange distance damage, as he will be able to pepper a couple of bullets over onto GOAT team. GOAT team that are actually coming out swinging on this one. Maybe they've heard me. They've gone, Jackie's been on us. He's been upset. We've got to give him the beans. And they're certainly showing it, mate. You completely wipe out all of Aurora and now find yourself in an opportunity where if they could best Arcred, another side that we know has some impressive capabilities, this would be a great test for them today on Erangel. So far, the nades look clean. That's an even better follow-up as Hard Body will look a bit more soft off the back of that nade, blowing up the smithereens. Bets as well goes down in the meantime for Destined to Rise as well. And with how many vehicles you've got in this ditch side, they've got a lot of space to play off of. You've got good cover. The nade's going to roll in. You're going to be able to move your way out of that. And then you can peace out if you need to bail on it. It's DG that are continuing to keep that pressure on D2R as well. And for DG, they've been good in a lot of these firefights. Widespread as well for champions. They understand the lay of the land here. They've got that added benefit of the extra information.
I'm actually not a fan. I think champions are spreading themselves apart a little bit too much because you have D2R just behind them, southeast. I think that you got to regroup. If you want to do a 3-1 split, which actually they are starting to do right now, keeping one player to keep insight on those dips in Yasnaya Fields, that's fine, but you got to try and have as many players as possible to defend that southern edge. Destined to Rise will be looking to claim that spot for themselves. It's DG77 also having to leave Heaven for the first time this game. They got a crate, right? They got an airdrop. So what kind of weapon did they get? I didn't see any airdrop weapons. Maybe it was an Orm and they just didn't decide to pick it up. They might also wrap into the backside of D2R. That could be a fight coming up very soon. As also in the fields, it's going to be TGM. They see the Harry Potter Tower. The smokes are spreading up, making it very hard to hit those pinpoint accurate grenades through the windows. They got all of the members here just hiding away, hoping that no one pushes their location, and then they're going to start sweeping up north. So this is not looking like a chicken dinner going the way of Afterlife here, Jackie, but it could be a heavy elimination game regardless because of that sweeping capabilities that we saw in particular Windy could do time and time and time again.
Yeah, Windy has been a real force for that team. Individually very mechanically talented and always quite switched on in terms of his approach to the game as well. So it's been fun to watch every time we've had him on our screens. It's the reason we get so excited with some of the plays he's been able to make and consistently been a top earner when it comes to Elim. So certainly don't, underestimate him. I imagine that would be one of the bigger factors for some of these teams that potentially, if they've not done their homework, Max, coming into this lobby, right? If you're thinking, we're a better side, we're a seasoned team, they would be, I think, a real issue to underestimate.
Definitely want to disrespect this squad. Though you've got to be careful. Ravo on the front line's got the first aid. He'll be A-okay. Actually, I didn't see who still has hovercraft. Go had a hovercraft earlier. I don't know if they lost it. Hovercrafts in these open finishes could be really strong just to maybe not drive defensive position, just crashing a hay bale or crate in the open, and you know what? You've got pretty much a building to work around. So if you do have a hovercraft, you could have a significant advantage in this game. I like what Afterlife are doing here. Keeping Misha in the Harry Potter Tower, just kind of facilitating the rotation from his teammates. Now he's hopefully going to try and regroup over to his squad. And that's a good nade from Ravo to open up the fight with TGM. Initiation. Now the team is looking to also, I would say, you got to wrap it up. You can't let them live after that engagement. You need to wrap up the fight. You need to eliminate every single one of the members. Pushing up with all of these buggies. Unfortunately, the crash from Misha's not looking good, and the nade hits him. That's going to be Misha down for the count now, down to a trio. And Afterlife also losing Zixi. Ravo, everyone is getting knocked, eliminated all over the place. Ravo, can you redeem it as a solo player? He's going to be looking to make his way over to the buggy. Maybe looking to give up on the fight entirely. TGM also taking heavy casualties, down to just a duo. For SSE, this is a golden opportunity for you to take this northern side for yourself. You need to engage. You need to third party. Just like on the last game on Aurora, SSE need to get involved in this conversation.
Backstab from the buckshot, not going to work too well on the close range encounter. SSE showing us what they're made of as the stars do shine bright for them. They've got the nade primed. It's a close miss on that one. Follow up back over. Oh, they're trying to take the peek on it, mate, but it's just not committed to. You turn your back for a split second, and that's how TGM exits the stage here, as they will go down off the back of that duel. Meanwhile, did we have the crash from DG77 all the way in, as they've been able to get the bonnet off, run over one of the players there on GOAT, and massively clean up as well. They take control of that angle and dispatch GOAT. Okay.
Yeah, good shots coming out from Nomi. Right, finally sticking with his team. This is what you want to see from him. But unfortunately, talking about a team, he doesn't have one anymore. Zadira, Freezer, and Prepod taken out of this match entirely. As a solo, still have some cars, so you know what, if he wants to pull off a late rotation, he can still do exactly that. But SSC are the ones that want to get involved in Seeds. They eliminated all of those northern teams. TGM, Afterlife, eliminated from this match. But now, actually going to put their focus on to champions that I think got a little bit too sent on the circle. They could stay to the west and just chill. They don't have to take any of these fights. You can just spray from a distance and you will be A-okay. So champions, yeah, I would say push on back. This is a fight that you don't have to get involved in. Just wait for them to hurt each other, eliminate each other, and you get involved at the last minute. Don't do a fumble like the last game. This is the champion's chicken dinner to come here, Jackie, unless a big throw happens.
Yeah, don't let this one slip through the fingertips if you can clutch onto it. When we've said that previously, champions have been pretty good at conversions, but is this a game where they'll be as hearty? Star Soldiers X-Epic looking for the up-close, aggressive peak. It's not looking too good for them. Lose out on their duel, meaning that it's a guaranteed second place now for one of these two teams between Champions and TT as we get into our head-to-head. Nades into the ditch. It's right on the vehicle. Blows the cover out of the way and creates a bit of space, making it more uncomfortable. They jump in the cars as well, and they can take a wide berth on this on the rotate.
Ooh.
You can see that 2-2 split. They can get into the back line here, Max, make this very uncomfortable.
It's even a 2-1-1 split, so they're really just trying to suffocate the entirety of TT Project. This is a really good game to just lock down that chicken dinner. No mess ups here, unless they get a little bit too close, and him in particular, one of their members is going to be in nade range of TT Project, so you've got to be a little bit careful. Still respect the team. They could be a menace. If you give them an inch, they might just take a mile, like last game. Fearless, yeah, I think he understood he was going to be in nade range. Actually, this is not bad, because it's actually using up a lot of resources of TT Project, but why is Demo sending it solo? What is happening? Is this going to be a back-to-back throw from Champions? Hopefully not. Still got 8 eliminations, so a good game, but it could be even more. As Atomic, that's a good peek. There you go, respectful. He knew he had that one in the bag. Unfortunately, no more grenades, only a Molotov and a flashbang. You know what, even a flashbang could be really useful as you over-peek. Just put the flashbang down. Fearless has got the angle. Down to just a solo. It's Neos trying to get the hell out of dodge, but it's just not going to happen. Finally, the redemption comes on through, and it is going to be Champions Esports to claim the second chicken dinner of the day.
Wow, it played some great PUBG Mobile in the first game in terms of taking countless duels and walking away as the kings of the arena. But now here on Erangel, coming out swinging with that champion chicken dinner. The finest royal dish for a great squad. So the Mongolian supremacy rising to the top once again, showing us just what they're made of. I did like the fight as well, mate, the way they were taking sort of various peaks, like you said, right? You go for effectively the quad split between the four players and then consistently bait out peaks where everyone's turning their attention. You're facing north, suddenly you're being shot from the back line. As soon as you try and react to that, you're being shot from the opposite side. It was good stagger on the fights, never overextended. They could play off each other's contact, but didn't leave themselves susceptible to just be fully wiped. It's a great final fight from there. Isolated some of the key names as well. Like Xerich has been a mean machine, so if you're instantly beaming onto him, makes it a bit more awkward for them. TT, though, at least for what it is, Max, good to see them taking away that second place. You'd always want to be first, but hey, they'll be happy to at least get a bigger game out of that one.
Very good leapfrogs from TT Project, able to take small fight after small fight and just kind of clear space in front of themselves to move even deeper every time in the circle. So overall, good gameplay style. Again, not overly aggressive, very respectful. That actually Champions also were almost not too respectful enough. I think Demo got a little bit too involved at the end there. But at the end, they understood, okay, let's not over-peak it. Let's take it slow. And yeah, the way you were talking about the angles just hit the nail on the head. They were very cautious to not give too many knocks for free, too many damage opportunities to the opposing squad of TT Project. So in this case, Atomic, Kino, Fearless, Demo, putting up an absolute machine of a game here on match number 2. And yeah, well-oiled machine on this match, and we'll see if they can claim some more chicken dinners. But the Mongolian super squads here have been doing so good. Game 1, Aurora, a ton of eliminations. Game 2 here for Champions, getting a ton of elims and also securing that chicken dinner finally. And I want to see, right, can we see them actually kind of outdo their Mongolian brethren in Aurora? Because I think a lot of people are like, Aurora is going to be the best team of Mongolia. But, man, this team is bringing up some big numbers in only 2 matches. So they are looking strong already.
Yeah, they really are. They've got a lot of moving pieces that facilitate it as well, where although this was maybe a bit of a quieter game from Demo, as an individual, he's someone that seems to be willing to fight the entire world and usually bring it home. Atomics look great from distance. Kino's been having some cinema when he's thrown into the fight. Highlighted here as our winning team MVP, actually, as well, so it's fitting we mention his name. Yeah, he's looked really good in the clutch. I think that's the more important thing, right? Again, someone that seems to be incredibly self-proficient when it comes down to situations where he's split from his squad. Even if he's in a duo or free-player setup, he's still so good at closing angles and sort of holding off various teams from range without having to worry about backup. So a self-sufficient player there. It's nice to see.
It's really nice in particular because you do, when you look at this roster, right, you're mainly looking at Demo that has been a PMGC champion in the past with IHC. But no, this time is going to be some new names, the new generation stepping up to the plate and getting these points. And yet Kino, I think, was playing some exceptional gameplay. I like how they were not being too disrespectful to teams on the West. Those 2-2 splits, 3-1 splits, everything was just looking so controlling on this game. And they could have not even taken a single shot. I still feel like they would have gone away with an absolute banger of a match. Because again, the information is so important, and that is indeed what they were trying to play around and capitalize on this second game of today. Looking at the top fraggers though of this match, it is going to be Effys from TT Project, followed by Kino, Moxie, Silence, and Fearless. And I do have to say, looking at Silence, and not just Silence, but the entirety of SSE Esports here, Jackie, it seems like they're just the most keen team to go for third parties. Every time there's an opportunity to capitalize on a fight that's currently unfolding in front of them, they'll just fully commit to it, and most of the time come out successfully from that fight. They did it on game one, they did it here once again, so a team to not be underestimated.
Yeah, it feels like they're a slow burn where you're going to see them being able to kind of weave their way up the rankings, because a lot of teams do seem to sort of forget about them. It's like a Dr. Dre situation, mate. You can't forget about Dre because he'll always be there. And that's what they've been doing. They've been getting away with those backstabs and being able to build points. It's a nice earner for them. You leave this one with 13 points, just the one behind the second place team there in TT. Not doom and gloom whatsoever. DG77 as well, starting to climb up a little bit, do get themselves 9 points off the back of that game. This is the more rough end of things, though. Bit of a move around in terms of our teams that have underperformed on that one. You can see Aurora obviously had the very rough start to the game, right? They basically got entirely wiped by GOAT. It was only Rufus that stays alive, but he did have some moments of greatness. Not enough to give him a big leap up the standings. And for 72 as well, it was a bit of a brutal one, mate. Off the back of the hot drop, just got absolutely mauled. We are seeing a bit of a power shift already then.
Yeah, I'm genuinely still confused. I'm going to repeat what I said at the start of that game, that we had so many hot drops. 4 hot drops on an Erangel game. Again, we played in calibration. Why was that happening? Genuinely, I can't even start to analyze because I'm very confused unless teams just want to make a statement. But there's so much on the line, Jackie, because if you're in top 4, you go straight to the finals. Meaning you have a way higher chance to make it to the LAN event in Jakarta for the PMGO Season 1 main event. This is very unnecessary. Some very unnecessary risks all around the board. I hope that we do see these adjusted moving into the next Erangel. So we only have one Erangel today. But yeah, so I genuinely, whoever was involved in those fights, and especially the teams that were losing those early game fights, you need to rectify this. You need to fix it, because otherwise you'll have to go on to the next stage and you might just miss out on the finals because of it. So Evil Maxman, he's slowly peaking here right now. He's going to get involved sooner, Jackie, because yeah, it made no sense to me. It was very odd.
Yeah, no, I can imagine, mate. You'll have that one vein that will start to get very engorged if this keeps happening. So hopefully that won't occur. But there you go. That's game 2 wrapped up here. Our one and only Erangel for the day out the way. We'll move in. We're back to back. Bit of madness on Miramar when we return after the break. But that's how the lay of the land is looking for now. It's been exciting up to this point, mate. Looking forward to seeing how the rest of the day is going to go. Matt, quick thoughts on what we're going to be getting out of things as we move into Miramar? Anything you're excited for with a change of land?
Okay, I know I've been talking about Top and his Mini 14 all the time, but like, come on, you're going on to Miramar, which is like the DMR bolt action map, right? And I want to see him with the M1 Garand. We've been talking about it on day 1. It might just happen here this time around where he gets a big game with that long range action. But not only him, we saw actually a lot of other players being really good with those DMRs. And as we shift slowly but surely into update 4.4, when the DMRs are going to be even stronger and we are going to have ARs getting nerfed, I think that Miramar is going to be a map where long-range players like maybe Sleepy in the South Asian region is really going to step up to the plate and get some dominating performances. So, yeah, Miramar is going to be fun. Hopefully no hot drops. That's my one request. Again, that Erangel was just very weird.
Yeah, no, it was indeed. You never know, right? You know, we were kind of speculating that maybe it would be the Miramar and Rondos where things would be a little bit more hot drop centric, but hey, it's happened on Erangel, so we'll see where it goes. Join us though for that. We'll be getting into the flow of things on Miramar when we're back on your screens after the break.
Start the war!
Christopher Judge, and when PUBG Mobile approached me about being the voice architect for the Centaur, I knew this would be something very special. Now, I'm bringing two souls to life through Helios. One legend, two faces. Feel the epic. Stay tuned.
Start the war!
Now then, we're back in position. As we touched on before the break, a bit of a shift in terms of our scenery. We'll be moving on to our back-to-back Miramars, so the only repeat of Battlegrounds we'll be having today in a back-to-back format, as we do have that one Rondo at the end. There's a nice little treat, of course, that could be quite an explosive way to round out the evening, but we'll get to that when we get to that. For now then, let's dial back in, see what we're going to be getting out of Miramar. It's looking good for one region in particular right now, Max, and that's Mongolia, of course, with champions running away with some of the points on the day. Aurora had a good glimmer of things back on game one, but obviously struggled there on our Erangel. So curious to see how they're going to be looking come the end of day one, mate. I think that'll be a nice sort of benchmark of the overall power levels, but feels like things are in a state of flux at least right now, Max.
Yeah, I mean, a Miramar game is going to be a bit in the air as to who's going to be securing it, right? Sure, we had some regions dominating in, as you said, Mongolia with Aurora, and now that chicken dinner coming out from Champions. I want to see in particular how TT Project are going to play around it, because they've had, I think, a great macro plan in that previous game on Erangel, the way they were leapfrogging every single fight to get access to the GOAT dip and then get second place off the back of that. I think it was really hard for them to win versus Champions, so you know what, I'm not even going to really touch upon that, because for me that was an impossible fight for them to win unless they get some crazy oversteps from Champions. But they're a team that's so macro-oriented, in my opinion, that has the fragging power to back a lot of these really strong decisions being made by the IGL. I think a Miramar could actually be looking like a chicken dinner for this team, because they are looking just so damn solid when it comes to those early to mid-game rotations, and their scouting is definitely up there when it comes to this lobby. But here we go. It's the first Miramar of the tournament for PMGO EECA. It's going to be groups A, B, C, and D this time around, still on the Battlegrounds. And the plane is going to be actually kind compared to what we had earlier on Rondo, right? It's going to be El Azahar all over to the northern edge of Valle del Mar. So teams should get access to their drop locations. Though one thing that I do have to say, usually, Jackie, if we do have a hot drop, it's always in Picado. I'm hoping it doesn't happen, but if it's going to happen in one city, it might just be good old Picado. Let's keep an eye out.
Yeah, let's see. We've got the centered up playing path for it, so maybe there's a chance. Let's see who's willing to attempt to take the sword out of the sheath and fight over Picado, if that's going to be a question of topic. You can see a lot of teams bailing out of the plane right over the top. Maybe there's a chance, Max. We could be getting something spicy here.
Could be. We've seen a lot of... They could spread out. You've got a decent amount of trash locations to loot to the west or even the southern edge of that Picado location, so it might not be happening. Chuma said that also. We did see a lot of fights happening there back in the Eastern European region, right, Jackie? I think we had... Actually, the teams that were going for the hot drops, guess what? Didn't qualify. Didn't make it here to this land qualifier, as... Actually, we do have two teams going to Chumacera. I believe I do see Aurora and Afterlife going for that location. So that's going to be an early clash. And also two teams going towards Valle del Mar at the end of the playing path. So Picado seems like we might have a little bit of a fight. Actually, as I say that, we do have the fights in the apartments. It's going to be DG77 versus Mad. And I don't know what it is with Mad and hot drops. And also not just hot drops with DG77. It just keeps on happening. Right now, they're making a statement. They mean business. Freezer getting one, so will Nomi. Nomi getting knocked, but luckily enough, they do have the high ground advantage, so that should be a relatively easy res to secure. As Prepod, he's on a little bit of a vacation. He's far away, will get involved eventually, but that is game. And Mad, again, sent to an early grave on these games, that they just want to commit to these hot drops so many times, and it's just not worth it.
God, yeah. We've seen some very big commits off the back of the drops early on today, and already that trend seems to be continuing. So a bit of a rough start there for Mad. I'd say a rough day all in all with how things have been going. This is unfortunate, though. You've literally hit the nail directly on the head, mate. Chumacera was fought over pretty consistently back in the Club Open for Eastern Europe, and I was trying to rack my mind if we saw Afterlife go there too many times.
They did.
I believe there was quite a few where where they ran into, who was it? Was it Famagusta? They were
Oh,
really
yes.
headstrong on fighting, right? And they had like a 4-0 record on that, I think. But
Well,
kind of different when you're facing Aurora on it, I suppose.
you're like, oh, we could hot drop Famagusta, or we can hot drop Aurora. Maybe you want to give up on Chumacera. Like, genuinely, I'm looking at the map, right? You've got locations east of there. You can go towards Minas del Valle if you want. You got Partona. Some teams have been very good, like Virtus Pro in the past, would do a split near Partona. They would drop almost on the island and loot that location. There's no need to commit to Chumacera. In my opinion, this is a big mistake from Afterlife. It's the first Miramar, so I can forgive it. Right? I feel like I'm being like judging so many teams.
You're a stern
I'm not trying to be mean.
Stern but fair. Stern but fair.
Yes, because I don't want to be too harsh on these teams. I think Afterlife has a lot of potential to be one of these underdog teams that qualifies to PMGO. Genuinely, I think there's so much potential on this team. In particular, Windy has just been an absolute star throughout all of Eastern Europe and even some of these matches today and yesterday during calibration. You're just hindering yourself. You are taking a fight. I don't care. Sure, Aurora makes it a little bit harder. You could be fighting against anyone here. The fact you even lose just a single player, your odds of a good game go down significantly. I want to see these fixed up because you've got so many other options that are literally 500 meters away, 1,000 meters away from Chumacera. It's just not worth it. Same for Mad Esports. But Mad Esports, I'm going to say, kind of more unforgivable because they just keep fighting DG77. I don't know if they have a rivalry happening. There's a bit of drama in the background. But that needs to be fixed because right now, if you commit to these drops, I believe they're not going to be able to even reach the finals, in my eyes.
Yeah, you're going to leave yourself sort of hung out to dry, mate, if you carry on with the, like we said, right, sort of the curse of ego, where you feel like, right, we've got to keep doing it until it does work. Eventually cut your losses, go think a bit different, carve a space away if you do feel like it's being a consistent trend of even that targeted head-to-head between two teams just not working out for you. So yeah, risky stuff that hasn't paid off for Mad. It could be a bit problematic for them as the day continues. Obviously, again, for that final touch on Afterlife as well, I think it's a shame for them because although it is, you know, it's your first Miramar, everybody gets one, we'll let them off the back of it. Otherwise, they've been very consistent today, right? You've been able to get some good points up to this point. The fact we hit kind of the middle of the road coming into Miramar here, and you don't even get a single point to take home off the back of it, that's going to slow you climbing your way up the rankings consistently. Could make it easier for some of the teams that are now beneath you to start to lap your way up. You know, you're thinking your Auroras, your Goats, even maybe 27 as well if they can play potentially even a full game of PUBG Mobile on this one, considering we did not see them last time around. Had basically the Afterlife effect on drops. So yeah, a lot of moving pieces then initially.
Well, actually, we got one. Oh, this is actually dead center of the circle. We have a big fight happening in Valle del Mar. It's going to be Motion versus Metacore. And center is going to be destined to Rise, clashing with SSE. SSE, I don't like seeing them get involved in early fights. I think they do struggle quite a bit in those. They're very good at third-party engagements, as we saw in Game 1 on Rondo, Game 2 on Erangel. I would like to see something somewhat similar here this time around. But yeah, a lot of moving pieces in this lobby, as Metacore will be losing Grills, one of their members. And this is a great circle. You've got so many good spots to go for. Again, you don't have to clash. And I do like the SSE. Sure, take a little bit of a beating here. Do get at least a bets, one elimination secured for free. So you know what, not too bad of a trade-off. But they just give it up. We don't want to commit. We're in circle. There's so many good positions still open for the taking. And they will put their focus on those spots instead. So thumbs up to the side of SSE. Though this fight, it seems like Metacore are just locked down in this valley. Really hard to rotate away because you can look on the minimap up to the west. Duchu, you've got Bisa. All of these players at Bisa are looking down on this valley. It's going to be really hard for Metacore to get the hell out of dodge. And I think actually some of their cars also got really, really damaged. So this might be a fight the Metacore just can't escape, Jackie. They just might have to commit fully to it unless Motion think better of it and just try to rotate in the circle instead, which also I would recommend because here it's a bit of a standoff and you're just taking a lot of blue zone damage for very little gain.
Yeah, not too much you're going to be proud of. It's a bit of a rougher one. It's an unfortunate flow for some of our squads here today into day one of Knockout, where in reality, if you can come out swinging, you certainly want to. Oh, cheeky barrel roll on that. It's got to be done. You know, that's the thing about the suspension on some of these vehicles in PUBG Mobile, mate. We need to figure out a way to translate this to real life. It would be beautiful. Imagine how quick we'd be able to get you to work, Matt. Into a vehicle, roll you down the hill. You'd be in the studio in seconds.
Yeah, but I would like to maybe not do that. It's a bit dangerous. You know what? I'm actually scared of cars. I don't like it. I like watching playing games like PUBG Mobile, or driving fake cars.
Yeah.
In real life, I'm terrified. I'd have a really bad time in that one.
Yeah, it's true. You know, not a lot of people know this, obviously, when we're not on air. But between shows, when we're kind of taking the shuttle back and forth from the hotels and stuff, when myself and Max are at events, he just screams the entire time. Be a 20-minute journey, Max just screaming the whole time. We just say, "It's all right, bud. You know, we're going to get out the car eventually." Doesn't stop, just yells the whole way.
I have to be sedated to go to a LAN event.
Normally,
it's just too. He's too loud right now. But yeah, I don't know. It's a fear of mine. Unfortunately, it happens.
It's a feature. It's a feature, not a bug.
It's a feature, not a bug. Yeah,
Exactly.
It's true. Though looking at the feature of this game, which is going to be phase number 2, actually very hard shift down southwest, is going to be incorporating areas of San Martin, Hacienda del Patron. Actually, Hacienda is going to be dead center, and I do believe we are going to see a quick pivot of teams like TT Project, maybe even Champions in that location, taking up the mansion of Hacienda. And actually, if you get access to the roof on Hacienda, which is very easy to get up there, and you've got long-range weaponry like a DMR, maybe even bolt action, but usually you would see DMRs like M1 Garands, SLR, SKS, Mini 14. You get a decent scope on that, 6x, 8x, and you should be having a good time this game. We'll see if they can make it work out this time around. But otherwise, we did see, because of this circle shift, I wish we could show the minimap real quick, but because of phase 2, going heavily down southwest, the eastern side is going to be fully stacked with teams. So actually, I want to see something similar to last game, where teams go for the wider rotations up north or south and just avoid those unnecessary early skirmishes. These little scrambles would be nice to see come on through. As I look at actually some of these rotations, Jackie, it seems like Aurora getting oddly close to Champions. We'll see if that's going to result in a fight, or if the two teams are going to have a bit of a handshake and say, this is not worth it, let's give it up. And it seems like the handshake did come up.
Nice, firm, gentlemanly handshake. Everyone walks away happy, content with the safety of the deal. The art of the deal in situations like this. For Aurora, though, what sort of definitely blows are they going to be dealing over the flow of this game long term? That'll be the question, right? Obviously, you got that nice opener. You fought over to Masera. You walk away very happy with that one, been able to get yourself suited, looted, and booted, so they will have the tools of the trade to play with. Doc's been coming out swinging, as you'd expect today. Top's had some very quick adjustment shots as well, and we have seen his POV for the close range combat. And if they can win in a bit of a head-to-head versus DG77, that'd be a nice earner for them. You're not going to overcommit to it. You can see it's just chip damage downrange, where if there is an opportunity to at least get their backs up, scare them a little bit, you'll take that with both arms. But until it's a clean firefight they're favoured in, they're not going to put too many eggs in this basket.
I just want to demand some respect. Say, okay, we're in similar positions. We don't have to. Actually, I was going to say we don't have to waste ammo. Reefus has a different idea entirely. It seems just like, I just want to show that we're here. We're ready to fight. We just get actually a little bit of damage on one of the Champions members. So also good start, right? They got 4 eliminations in that early fight with Afterlife in Chumacera. So they are off to a decent amount of time, and also getting all that loot. I believe most of their members should have tier 3 helmets and vest. Yeah, Doc's got a tier 3 vest. Tier 2 actually for the helmet and vest off tops. So might take a little bit of extra damage here this time around, but we're about to go into circle number 3. Hacienda currently fully available. No one's been over to Hacienda. If it's still in circle, we'll see if teams will go up there. And the circle does shift up north towards water treatment. Hacienda's still in zone. This is going to favor teams like SSC, TT Project up north. TGM are looking super comfortable because their spot in particular is high ground. And this is going to be great to see all of those teams going for the mad dash in the center of the circle. So TGM might not get a lot of eliminations off the back of that, but they should have an easy time to get relatively far in this game in terms of placement points, because the south and east, as you can see there, Jackie, on the minimap is stacked. There's people everywhere on those edges.
Yeah, it's chock-a-block right now at prime time. Here's the crash in from 27 Plush as well. Ooh, that is a bit of an awkward one. So Doc gets the nade back off. Meanwhile, shots down range have hit heavy onto the Aurora players, and already Rufus has been removed from the equation. You've got the tag back over onto Doc as well. Trying to clear the ground floor. Doc, oh, nice moves with the shotty up close to personal onto Tapog, able to handle that one with ease. And even still a assessing where the rest of the squad mates are. They're downstairs with a pre-nade. It's the same idea from either one of them. They both turn the corner with the nades in their hands. And Doc goes back in with a shotty to clean house. 27 plus. It does not work out on their crash.
It was a bit awkward, the two players just literally almost touching each other with an A, just like, oh, what do we do? Then Doc does come out on top eventually with the good old cheeky DBS. Good fight, unfortunately, for 27 plus. Again, not quite able to get into that true late game 3 times in a row now, so they need to try and change up these fights, not taking unnecessary skirmishes early on in these matches on, no, doesn't matter the battleground really, Miramar, Erangel, or Rondo. It's been the same every time, it seems. So they did get 1 elimination onto Reefus of Aurora, so that's at least 1 extra point for their troubles. As over to the east, still so many teams. There's going to be, what is that, total of 6 squads over to the east. It's getting a bit overly stacked over there. Choco Blocker, as you said. Destined to rise. Don't really have to get involved in this fight. They got a strong compound. I don't think any team would be willing to go to a fight because it's very unlikely we are going to have this compound in Circle 4. So the value of this spot is just going to go down as time goes by. And one team that's been, I still have to talk about their position here, Jackie. SSC is in the center of the circle. No one's in like 1,000-meter radius of them. They are having a vacation on this Miramar. They might just get top 3 just by waiting.
Yeah, just coast it out. I mean, that's kind of been the SSC classic, right? Of like, we will just happily wait, observe, then third party. And it's been working, so hey, if no one contests them, maybe they'll get a nice little opportunity to continue thriving and find their time in the sun. You got that great center circle setup, but if the zone continues to shift in their favor as well, they're going to be licking their lips. Could be the dream for them. It's everyone else that's going to be coming in effectively forced to scrap their way through one another. They do, yeah. He centers up perfectly on them. There you go, mate. They've been blessed.
Well, okay, this is like the perfect setup. Thing is, it is really hard to defend this particular compound because it's a warehouse. And warehouses in Miramar, they got like one wall going all around one part of it. And then you've got one open wall that's just very hard to defend. So if they want, they can somewhat just give up the warehouse for free if a team looks to crash on it and just nade the warehouse, the walls all around it, the crates, etc. That could be a very good way to defend it for SSC. But who will be willing to commit to the crash? That is going to be the question. Hopefully we'll answer it very soon in this game, as we have now a clash to the east. It's going to be KZ Esports versus Avalanche. And it seems like the two teams are going to be locked in this fight. Can't really escape it. You've got to also keep in mind that you've got 10 seconds to work with, and the blue zone's going to start to encroach on this area, so there's an extra ticking time factor added to the equation. Jakura with the ASM Abakan getting a nice opening knock, maybe looking for the back-to-back. Volodoy, though, going back into hiding, and he actually gets in FPP mode in that smoke. That's a really good counterplay. But all of Avalanche now just fumbling against the opposition of KZ Esports. That's 4 points headed their way. Maybe getting the results onto Jaikura, but as I say that, it gets flushed on out as Arcred are looking for a cheeky third party here.
KZ Esports with a nade primed. Moxie. How much Moxie has he got? Will the confidence be there? That's the question. Glory on the move back. The rest of Arcred trying to create space away as they do want to carve a path past this man. He looks to make it a bit more uncomfortable. That shot in the back of the head as Star will find that angle and quickly unload the magazine towards him. Yeah, not really a great spot left here either. I mean, you pop the smoke, does have a vehicle to try and chase, but in reality, where does he go, man? Even if he sort of puts the pedal down to the metal, you're not going to get that much distance between you and them before someone takes a shot at you. Opts to pop the smoke, stay in position. Could be a rotate over, though, as there's another Moxie that's having a look in. That's Goat just off to the side, that are seeing if there is an opportunity when Arcred leave this setup towards the rocks to try and get stuck into that. So he might just subvert expectations and survive as a solo for at least a little while longer.
I'm really happy you bring up GOAT because of their position. It's, I was going to say, almost impossible for HC Esports to make it out of that position. Unless literally all of the shots miss from GOAT and Arcred combined, which I would say looks quite unlikely. Wait, there's no way. It actually makes over the road, one of the players. They do lose one. But yeah, they do get at least one player in the play zone. Yen just surviving, sending it in the open field. That was a lucky rotate, but I still think he's going to get picked off eventually, maybe by just another team. But he finds a Havedale in the center of these fields. So who knows? Maybe gets an extra few placement points, but I feel like that is a slight mistake from Arcred and GOAT. That should not be allowed to happen in the first place. But look at that TT Project looking to go for a little bit of an engage over to the east. catching up with Arcred, looking to get closer and closer of the opposition. This is a fight that actually they don't have to commit to. They've got a compound in the circle, yet they do want to get involved, and Neos does find a knock onto Star, so it is a bit risky, but so far it is paying off.
So far, so good. Start things as you mean for them to end with confidence here. You can see the downrange fight as well. A couple bullets being shot out from TT into the distance. The spread between them. As Arc did have to completely fragment on their setup, of course, and just look to get their bodies down on the ground to stay alive long term. Reposition from TT, set their focus on getting into the zone and joining the rest of their teammates that have found some semblance of cover to play with now.
This is a good move. I like it from TT there. They just wanted to kind of scare off those Eastern teams, just make a statement that we are here, we're willing to fight, and we have that position locked down in the center of the circle. So, yeah, I like it. Able to regroup, not lose a single member. That was a good trade-off for them. Though, GOAT, what is their next move going to be? Don't have a lot of strong compounds to fight for. Maybe just crashing onto TT Project might be the game plan they have to execute. But TT Project, they're coming back up. They're like, wait, the team of Arcade got kind of eliminated. They're down to just a solo. They're sent in the open fields. Effect, Neos getting involved. They want to try and maybe find some knocks here and there on the members of GOAT. Because if they do so, actually, you got a very slow chance. A very low, sorry, not low chance of getting knocked over to the eastern edge. So actually, clearing the east would be a big win for TT Project. But they see the circle, it's just like, yeah, the blue's going to be here very soon, let's give it up. So they are trying it out. I do like it here, Jackie, because they're like, we could create a big advantage for ourselves, but we're not going to overcommit. We're not going to take an unnecessary risk to make this work out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. We'll go back to the compound. This is the TT Project we saw back in Calibration, and again, they're playing the exact same playstyle, but this time in the knockout stage.
Ooh. Atomic as he rears his head on the jump up there. Taking a bit of hefty damage. Force in the meantime as well, taking some shots back. That's going to be him going down to make it a bit more uncomfortable. We are starting to lose a few of our squads that were lesser in firepower as well, as one by one we're thinning the herd now and getting down to only a couple of teams remaining. 8 in total, it seems, at this point. Let's see where we cook from here then. Aurora Gaming looking to get back into cover with the shots whizzing by from Champions. Moxie being blown up by SSE as well. That's the last man from them. In a bit of a tricky predicament.
I mean, yeah, SSE just playing tower defense in that position. Just trying to make sure no one gets even remotely close to their warehouse compound. Though to the west, exit out of Hacienda del Patron is going to be between the side of Motion, the Polish team, versus Champions from Mongolia. But Aurora could be looking also to third party, so do keep that in mind that if they do take this fight, these two teams got to be cautious because you might not be left alone. Kano, again, this man's been an absolute beast on this opening day of knockout stage, able to find himself one knock followed up by a second with Demo. So much damage from these two players, and now Kino looking to just wrap things up between himself and Motion. Got the two other players in the distance. Slightly out of nade range, I do believe. Might be a little bit hard. Don't want to waste that utility, but they even find an extra knock, so at this point, you might as well just fully send it. And because of this, I think that Aurora see the elimination feed and see that Champions are taking such a small amount of knocks, it's not really worth it to get too heavily involved. They will be sending a scout over to the west, which is going to be Zyol, but Champions are still raring to go at a moment's notice, so you don't want to overcommit. As Duchu, sole survivor here. Now, he's going to be in nade range. One Molotov, going to force him out of position, and that is going to be Kino to wrap things up. Champions up to 6 eliminations, making a statement here today, Jackie, that they mean business.
Oh yeah, they are pulling no punches. They've been playing some blinding PUBG Mobile up to this point, and that consistent trend seems to still be a consistent trend from them, as they've got themselves those 6 elims. They're coasting through the game. They're looking good. They're looking for glory. Aurora similarly down the rankings in terms of overall points, but when it comes to the head-to-head in this lobby, also matching that level of energy. As both of these squads are down to a triple threat as well, so we'll keep that talking point in mind, see if that's going to be a bigger issue the longer this one goes on. Freezer and Prepod, the two representatives of DG77, left to fight out on this one. Couple shots out into the horizon, see if you can punish. Zol here as well. Limited cover just down towards the ridgeline. So if they actually do get a look in over the top side, we could have a fight between our two Mongolian representatives coming our way relatively soon, depending on how they reposition. They're going to jump into vehicles, look for the wide berth out. Zol could peek into the back whilst everyone's focused forward towards the front. There he is. He goes for the first, gets the engagement off onto Kino. Second as well. Oh, mate. Zol is cooking right now. They forgot about the angle.
But keep in mind, TT Project did get involved there. Actually, I believe one of the members just got a knock onto Doc. So that is going to be a third party that could be coming up very, very soon indeed. But Doc going to get rezzed back up again, a player that you want to keep alive as long as possible in these games. Good statement from Zol, though, able to successfully defend that ridgeline against champions. Down to now just solo it's Atomic. But here you go, looking at the angle perspective of TT Project. They want a piece of the cake. Actually, decent damage there through the scope, through the smoke with that 6x scope from Zerich on the QBZ. But though, not a time to send it solo. Effect yet, just be careful. Scout proactively with a two-seater. Get some intel on where they might be located. But this is a fight that they don't really have to take, right? Because you look at the minimap, they're still in zone. Their compound is very comfortably in the circle, which is not really the case for all of Aurora. In particular, Zol will have to look to regroup eventually. But no, TT Project, they commit. They go for the fight. And Effect, because he was too far solo, he gets caught off guard. This is a mistake that's happening from TT Project. They overstep their welcome. And that's going to be a back-to-back nade. Doc getting it done onto Neos. You don't want to disrespect the Aurora Gaming Squad.
No, you certainly do not. They are a force to be reckoned with. And your day of reckoning is potentially coming now. You've angered the beast. Nades uphill. Good tags from downrange as well. Atomic might be taken out soon here. Zone beginning to nip at his heels. Zol with a nade. It's a nice cast on it, but too shallow to impact on target. He's going to make a move with TT, getting crosshairs on him as well from the distance. Good chicaning as he will keep himself moving at least for now. Rest of Aurora putting pressure back on TT as well, so they can't take shots at their teammates for free. It will make it slightly harder and at least keep the trio alive for right now.
I'm still unsure why. I would love to talk to the players now. Just why did they send two players in nade range of some of the best nade players in this lobby? Very surprising indeed, as Top does flush that one out. Up to 12 eliminations for Aurora. Though SSE, we keep talking about them in terms of the circle just being gifted to them. They're still in zone. They didn't shift since Circle 1, Jackie. They have yet to move an inch since that Phase 1 did pop in this game on Miramar. So a crazy, crazy circle luck. Will it reward them with a chicken dinner, though? We'll have to wait and see. It's pre-pod from DG77 still there with his teammate Freezer. Two of the main heavy fraggers of this roster. Behind these rocks, yet to be spotted by anyone, I do believe. But yeah, if TT Project here had still a full squad, Jackie, they could easily look to take a fight to Aurora and maybe even win it. But now down to a duo, and the thing is also, Aurora know you're there. They're just going to try and leapfrog you, get deeper in the play zone, and just possibly hold off the entirety of these remaining two players. So as of right now, Aurora subverting expectations in that position and looking to claim a strong finish on the podium.
Yeah, they could be in a spot to get themselves a big point earner on this one. Be a great way to do it as well this late into the day in the third matchup here before we get into our last two games of day one of knockout. So if there was ever a chance to finish as you intend on this one, this would be the time to do it. TT with a reposition, looking to get their line of sight dialed in and put some pressure back on as well. Meanwhile, Pre-Pod keeping his nose clean and out of trouble. SSE off in the distance. They've been up to their old tricks of lurking and waiting, but Doc always fancies a fight. He gets the read out there. 7 elims to his name, but that's still not enough. He wants even more on this one. TGM as well, it's looking really green around the gills now. You're low on HP, zone coming in towards you, trapped with limited cover. If you peek up, Top will take your head off, and that's just what he does.
I mean, they're going to be in the blue very soon, so this is going to be possible. At this point, maybe just deny, because Top with a Mini 14 at that kind of range, he's just going to absolutely destroy you. And as I say that, that is it. He confirms another one. Top on an absolute tear this game, it seems. TGM going to be eliminated in top 5. But now looking at TT Project, looking to slowly but surely make their way in phase number 8, which is going to be centering up on that 2-man split of Aurora here, Jackie. They're looking strong, as Top actually going to get mollied on out by a member of SSE. They are in nade range. You've got to be careful. They might still be able to get the reset, as Zol is looking to defend their location, but Tops will indeed be secured out of this game.
Mate, Zol so far today has been the off-angle master. He's been keeping everyone guessing in terms of his placement and positioning, and it's been working well with some very crisp shots. It is a little bit more uncomfortable, like you say, though, of course, going down to just the duo. They are limited in terms of firepower. So let's see what they got. SSE set up massively. The only squad with all 4 players left alive and good cover and spacing going into this final head-to-head. Could be a chicken dinner for them if they can find answers to the questions that are coming their way. That zone starting to condense in as well, as everyone's starting to set their gaze on this late game finish. Caught with the P cup. Let's see. Ooh, near shots. Doc being able to get back in behind a hay bale, but he exposes himself. S's with a shot towards the rear, just as Freezer engages as well. So DG77 with a trade. Everyone picking each other off right now.
Good. Actually, you know what? It is kind of Top that helped DG77 indirectly. By eliminating TGM, it enables Prepod and Freezer to play this ridge to its full potential. And because of that, they got access to the rock now. Actually also got himself an M79, so he's got a little bit of an extra smoke grenade launcher to work with. It's a 2v4, but Phase 8 is going to go slap dag in the middle of this zone. It's going to be on the previous location of Ziolan Top. But Prepod got an M79 of his own to work with. That's going to be good to just try and make his way a little bit deep in the circle. But the thing is, keep in mind, SSC got a lot of eliminations this game, but they couldn't get access to the death crates, meaning they might be very low when it comes to utility in terms of nades, molotovs, even maybe ammo, as they were spraying quite a lot in this game. But these are good smokes coming out from Prepod. Also, last clip on his QBZ, so you've got to be a little bit careful. But he does get to the death crate of Ziolan Top, meaning he's going to get some extra ammo to work with. But SSC going to go for the send, making it deeper and deeper. The first knock coming away of Prepod. And now they're going to be spread all over the place in this field finish. Silencer got to be careful. He peeks out to the right side. Super risky from Prepod, but the nade is perfect. It's Alicio to claim his life. And now Freezer left in a 1v3 scenario.
That's massive. Great play. You could see the intrigue, the eyes lighting up from Prepod as he wanted to take the fight straight to them with the DBS. Freezer! Can he win this off the skin of his own back? It's a good engage, but it's not enough. Up close and personal, SSE prove that they can be the superstars as they have a meteoric rise on that one and claim their chicken dinner. The third-party masters become the winning article.
What a game from Star Soldiers. Epic. Able to, well, really hold a strong position the entirety of this game, right, Jackie? They weren't really contested. There weren't many teams looking to crash their location, so they just held on to their resources. I was scared they might not have a lot of bullets to work with at the end of that game, but it seems like they did have a few pieces of utility and nades that they held on to until the very finishing moments of this game, which is always something you want to do, is hold on to just a few nades. They could heavily impact these ending moments in these matches. So really strong game here. A team that was looking to third parties so many times in the past on Rondo and Arangle, and here just able to really defend a stronghold in the center of this map of Miramar and take home a strong chicken dinner. So yeah, SSE not to be overlooked here. Could be a contender for our top 4 positions.
No, massively so, mate. I think, again, this is one now where everyone in the lobby needs to be very aware of them and actively trying to stop them from becoming this sort of third-party point vacuum that is accumulating some good earners today, taking down some of the best in the business as well in our overall lobby inside of that game. So it's a great stuff from them. I did love the heads-up call, though, that we saw. This fight right here, right? Prepod, wide swing with that DBS. Maybe there's a timeline there. He gets that shot off. You would have dodged the nade because he hadn't gone back into cover just as it was pluming. Ooh, the different timeline we could have been living in, but it isn't what happened, and it is Star Soldiers X Epic that claim that one. Here's the team stats breakdown off the back of it as well.
Really strong conversion rate from Alicio. Just over 500 damage, able to get 5 eliminations. So every knock he was able to find, he was able to pretty much instantly convert it into eliminations. So good presence from, again, our OG Western European back-to-back MVP in the PMPL days. This guy, it feels so weird to see him do well in a tournament like this. It's really taken me back to like the early 2020, 2021 vibes. So good on Alicio to step up. But yeah, every member, Mano in particular, had some good plays with that utility. And especially the Molotov. I don't know what you think about it, Jackie. The play of Aurora sending it on the center of the field that is in nade range of SSC, I think was a slight fumble on their part. I think maybe they had a better opportunity to crash onto SSC or maybe crash onto DG77 over to the east. But they tried to survive in the center. I think they had maybe better options available for them.
Yeah, it felt almost like a sort of scatter moment if the pressure's hitting you a little bit and you've kind of just gone for whatever option first came to mind rather than sort of taking a bit of a slower approach to it, right? But I suppose that's kind of the vibe we were getting out of that Miramar towards the sort of final sort of 6 to 10 minutes there. It was a lot more sort of forced fights on you where a lot of teams were sort of just thrown into the carnage and had to roll with the punches, I suppose. But yeah, hell of a game overall from some of our teams. A lot more explosive towards the tail end there. A lot of infighting, a lot of crazy crashes that were coming through as well. So good to see. Is your overall match stats on that one as well. And that's right, everyone. That is game 3 that's now under our belt. Meaning, of course, there's only 2 more games left to go today. Following this, we are going to be getting another Miramar. So don't worry. If you enjoyed that, there'll be more of it. Our winning team, of course, let's give them their flowers in terms of the MVP that is selected. And it makes sense Alicio was playing a blinder in terms of some of the individual moments. You were highlighting him there as well, Max.
Yeah, an absolute OG when it comes to this esports scene. And yeah, good to see him able to get himself so much damage done. Again, though, you're looking at the healing done. It is insanely low right now because so many teams just couldn't really get involved in that fight. Yeah. Given circle after circle after circle. But the thing is, right, some people might say, oh, it was a gifted game for SS. Oh, okay, well, that's a lot of Aurora players. Doc, 7 limbs, followed by TOP1. Whew, okay, absolute banger right there for the Mongolian Super Squad. But yeah, it's a game where you are gifted a strong position, right, Jackie? And the thing is, it's remaining in control of that position, zoning teams away, demanding respect, and they were doing just that. Every team that attempted to get even just remotely close were all punished in a way of getting knocked, maybe even just fully flushed, or just kind of scared away because of how much presence they were exuding on that game. So really good on SSC to make sure they had that compound until the very bitter end of this Miramar match. And I want to see them if they can get another chicken dinner where they do not have the circle right. That's going to be the true litmus test for SSC moving forward, as Aurora will be claiming 2nd position with 19 points. Those limbs are through the bloody roof right now.
Yeah, they were absolutely giving it. That's kind of what I was thinking. You know, obviously, like we've said, right, the MVP is off the back of the winning team. But in terms of the biggest damage we were seeing on the server, you could see Doc was having a field day. Like, there was points where you're like, right, 7 of limbs? How many more is he going to get? Where's this going to go? But the entire team were just getting stuck in and really claiming an awful lot off the back of it. It's a big momentum on that one. Let's check out the overall rankings, though. Is there a shift in the standings? Okay. So as it stands right now, you've still got champions in dedicated 1st place with DG77 not moving from 2nd, but SSE climbing up from 4th into 3rd place, and Aurora rocketing up the standings there, Max, up 5 rankings into 4th place.
I mean, Aurora, someone needs to teach them what a placement point is, because right now they're just like, we're just going to focus on the eliminations. They got 27 elims compared to the 5 placement points. Again, giving me kind of echoes of IHC back in PMGC back in Istanbul back in the day. But the top 3 looking really strong. It's good to see them not just have 10 placement points after the back of that chicken dinner, right? They got extra placement points in all of the other matches, which shows high levels of consistency from our podium squads currently. And then looking on the 2nd page, 16 teams in this game so far. And it's going to be teams that are, you know what? Actually, Jackie, all the teams that are currently here are involved in some way, shape, or form in hot drops. So you know what? I'm not going to say I was right, but those hot drops are not working out for those teams.
I knew you were going to say it. I knew you were going to say it, mate. But honestly, you're not wrong. That's the thing. Fundamentally, you're not wrong, right? They have kind of been cursed with either the unlucky stick of just forced to fight for it or willingly running into those hot drops when you could have turned tail. You could have bailed on it. Instead, they didn't cut their losses, and this is what it's resulting in. No real point earners for a lot of those squads being forced down towards the bottom end on day 1. It might only be day 1, but these things go by very quick, mate. And if they're not able to get themselves into a position to start to find some points here or there, because it's not that big of a barrier even, right? You're looking towards sort of mid of the pack portion right now to at least give yourself a life raft, an opportunity, right, as we go through the rest of the days. Just a couple games, that's all we need to see. But that is a story for another time. We'll be back in with Miramar after the break, so keep it locked for now and join us in a couple minutes' time, esports fans, as the fight will continue.
Start the war!
And we're back, everyone. Welcome back as the battle rages on here and things have been reaching a bit of a fever pitch. I hope you enjoyed that slightly extended break. Took an opportunity to get a drink, get some snacks, because we've still got 2 more games to go, and you won't want to be missing any of the action that remains on the docket for the day. Max, already it's been a pretty interesting one. We've seen some great stuff out of the Mongolian sides. We're seeing a bit of a shift in the dynamic as well, with SSE rising up off the back of that chicken dinner as well. It's been getting a whole lot more intense out there, but now we're going to switch it up on the viewers, of course, as we do start to shuffle out which active groups are playing.
Yeah, because this time around we're going to be having Group E joining the fray this time around on Miramar and Rondo to wrap up day 1 of knockout stage, meaning we're going to be having 777, Vicious, that's going to be a big squad here entering the fray, Ozorox and Amix. And the teams that are then going to be leaving for the rest of today is going to be the teams of Group C, meaning we're not going to have Afterlife, Arcred, Motion, and 27+. And you know what, Jackie? I'm kind of happy about this group rotation because most of those teams in Group C are some teams getting involved in some weird early hot drops. You know what? We might not have hot drops. As I say that, actually, we still might get some. But, you know, a man can dream, right?
Yeah, a world with no hot drops. But what a sad world that would be, Max. You'd miss it. You'd miss it, mate.
No. We have Rondo. If you want hot drops, look at Rondo. And then just the other maps, no hot drops, please. Like, we don't need it.
Oh, mate. We'll see. We'll see what we get. Come on, then. Let's get into it. Like we said, we're switching it out, so let's see if the curse of the consistent hot drops has been fixed or if the new teams coming in will still be very aggressive. Maybe the E in Group E stands for Hot Drop E.
It would be at the end. yeah, definitely. That is exactly what it stands for. It stands for Hot Droppy. They're not going to be playing this game, though, so they're going to be out for the count. They'll be joining us tomorrow for day 2 of knockout stage. As this playing path, also not too bad, maybe a little bit rough for some of the Western teams that like to go around El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, etc., etc. Otherwise, Torre Almada down to Partona. Again, I would love to see some teams kind of take up this location, Partona, set up shop over there. Many strong teams have set up shop in those locations in the past. It's got some really good ridges, a lot also of split buildings and mini compounds. So you can easily get a lot of loot and especially a lot of car spawn. So if you really want to get some very specific car spawn, go down there. You will be A-OK. Looking at the map, we are seeing then DG77 going in good old Picardo. But again, because of the group rotation, their main competition, right, might not be fully in. Actually, no, what am I saying? Mad Esports are in Group A. No, so they're still playing. So are we going to see Mad go for it once again? I'm looking at the map. I don't see them yet. Oh, no, Mad went for El Azahar. Okay, thumbs up. Mad changed things up. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mad. No hot drop in good old Picardo this time around. That is a big positive in my eyes.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. They really have been kind of, he basically battled time and time again, mostly through their own fault of willing to go for it. So this it shows signs of progress and at least being able to keep your head above water, self-preservation and all that. If you're not consistently going for these hot drops, it's a better adjustment. So we'll see how that comes to the standings at the end of this one, if they're able to actually get a few points on the board, and what our other teams that are coming in are going to be looking like in terms of their performance as well. We got some good names as well that are at least being thrown into their lobby. I think on average, if you're kind of thinking about the sort of skill level that it really is viable from Group E, right? There's a lot of talent there that we hadn't seen play. Like, Vicious were looking very good, unsurprisingly so. It makes sense. Back in calibration, they had some great showing, so I think they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. 777 as well, having some firepower that could actually bring a bit of spice to this lobby. And Amix, for me, I think it'd be very fun, mate. I think it'd be nice to see what they're showing up with. It feels like at times you either get two sides of the coin. Either it's quiet or it is incredibly aggro and they will have the most elims in the lobby somehow.
I mean, the thing is, when you're looking at Amix, it's not just the roster that's looking really strong, despite actually we do have a little bit of a hot drop happening in Truck Stop. Actually, I didn't see it happening because the team's color is so similar. So I went, oh, actually, no.
I thought it was just one big squad.
Yeah. I was like, they have 8 players on the team. Yeah. It was like, oh, that's a little bit too much. Is this a new game mode I didn't know of? No, he's going to have a little bit of a hot drop in Truck Stop, it seems. You do have a decent amount of car spawns if you want, so they can leave this vicinity very quickly if they want. So we do have probably a reset. Not sure what's happening there. But also, yeah, looking at Amix, the roster's looking really strong, but on the background here, Jackie, we do have players such as Old Boy and Purple. Old Boy, top tier global player in the past, right? He's coaching for the team, and Purple also back in the day was part of Virtus Pro when the org joined PUBG Mobile Esport. So they had a lot of really knowledgeable people in the background setting up the team for success. Though success is not what Tiger is going to encounter this game, as he is going to get swiftly eliminated from this game by the opposition of KZ Esports. Not the best way to go. Metacore got to be cautious though. Decent angle behind this window. Got a little bit of extra elevation. But yeah, to wrap up my point, Amix, they're a cool team. Pay attention to them because they could go hard in today's 2 matches.
Oh, yeah. Hit them with the Waka Flocka maneuvers. Go hard in the paint. We'll see if that's what they're going to be pulling out today. I'd like to see it, mate. Again, they're an impressive team, right? You know, we like to rally behind them if they do show us some of that confidence as well, because they're explosive, they're fun to watch. And I think that's the sort of PUBG Mobile that's at its finest, when you are willing to be able to throw caution to the wind in moments that matter most. Like, if you can rep yourself, make a huge clutch play, farm up on the elims, while still playing with that semblance of a strategic game with good macro. Ooh, hello.
How did he get that?
Mate, he was running as well. Full sprint. Instantly whips it out, hits the shot. Okay, yeah, all right. Well, there you go, Max. That's just a nice shot.
Just pause in the open, spray down with the M249. The normally recoil is a bit hard. And he had the surprise factor too, right? He had no idea because he was running out in the open, and yet Cyrex gets punished. And okay, the disrespect, going for the BM, shooting his death crate, making sure that they don't commit to another hot drop over here. So far, it's heavily in favor of KZ Esports. The nade, though, is looking good. Almost getting the double knock off the back of that. Again, gotta be careful. We'll be able to crawl back to safety and get rezzed up by his teammate of Jakura. Though Moxie also getting knocked. You gotta be careful. Grills, though, I would say, sure, you got a decent ridge to work with. I don't know why he's pushing forward here. You might want to try and leave this area entirely. It's just not worth it. This teammate is just gonna get picked up, and oh my goodness, the spray's coming on through. KZ mean business, and that's going to be 3 easy points locked down by this team.
That's huge, yeah. They can reset from it as well. Limited supplies, but they'll be able to keep themselves alive, and that's what matters. So they're still going to be moving on to greener pastures, potentially, and keeping themselves in a better position. Great shots, good reaction. A hell of a way to wave a bit of a hello coming into that one against Meta there. Make it uncomfortable in the head-to-head. Big opening connection. Still surprised he was just able to get that instant spam back. It wasn't even really a spam, mate. It was bang on, dead center. The minute you popped up through the window, hello, and you're gone. So yeah, big scenes there.
Yeah, he had the M249 full clip too, and he just used, what, maybe 10 bullets to get that knock. So yeah, definitely a big spray from Yen. Grills will be able to escape for the time being as a solo. Can he pull a Reefus like in game 1? We'll have to wait and see. So on this circle, again, except for this truck stop location, which is a very random spot, so I'm not going to really hold it too much against these teams. Hopefully it won't happen in the next Miramars. A lot of the teams centered up, because when you do have a circle north of Chumacera, which is going to be the center of phase number 1 here, you got a lot of good trash compounds to play around. What I call trash compound is like no compound good enough for a full team, but good for like a solo or a duo to hold down. And you got some teams like Vicious, they're dead center. They've got a 2-2 split. Again, a team that I think a lot of people are expecting to be a favorite in this tournament for EECA. And they're very confident. Phase 1, going to hold the 2-2, wait for Circle 2. Based on whatever the Circle goes, they'll regroup as a full squad. So they should be looking very comfortable. Though, you know what, Jackie? I have a bit of a question for you, because I like having your insight. It's fun casting with you these tournaments. And I want to know, back in Eastern Europe, I asked you which was your favorite player in that region. I want to know, do you have another favorite player going in the Eastern European Central Asia region that you're always excited to see play in these games? Are you biased? Is what I'm asking.
Only sometimes. It depends. it depends who's paying me. No, I don't know, man. There's a lot of good talent here. I think, honestly, right now, in terms of who's most impressed me specifically in the region, out of the teams we've had on show here, I've been loving what I've been seeing from Champion. Specifically, I like a lot of what Demo's been bringing to the table, at least in terms of his individual fight. Like, he's very talented at being able to kind of open up space for the team. When you're looking at splits, this guy could basically hold 2-3 separate angles, but he never overcommits. He's taking peeks just for the sake of sort of being a presence. So he doesn't throw himself to the wind and go down, right? He's never a free elim, but he will make you constantly second guess, do we peek it? Do we go for the crash? Like, Demo's there. It's only one guy, sure. But anytime you peek, it feels like he's making a good show of being able to actually keep space. So I think just from the mechanical side of him somehow feeling like a one-man army, Demo's been very impressive to watch for me. So I'd say regionally right now, he's been the more consistent pick. He's not been the flashiest player, but he's certainly had the best mechanics in terms of consistency. So I'd actually give it to Demo, but plus, Demo's a good name, right? It just sounds cool to say.
Yeah, it's just like Team Fortress, right? It's just up there with a name just able to destroy his competition very easily. But no, I'm actually very happy you brought up the name of Demo, because back in the day when Aichi Esports won PMGC, I think it was PMGC 2023 in Istanbul, a lot of people were saying, oh, the players that stepped up for that team was Alex, was Godless, was Zyol. But I think Demo kind of fits a very similar role to Reefus, for example, right? Which is maybe not the top frag of the team, but when he needs to step up to keep his team alive or even just do something as a solo, he can do exactly that. So actually, Demo, I think, is a very, very good answer from your side. So I approve it. Thumbs up on that one.
Nice.
And actually, I'm thinking...
I got the Maxman sticker.
Yeah, you got it. But we're talking about, some big names, like Demo's a big name. We got the Aurora team, it's a bunch of big names. Looking at the Rookie Award, right? I'm already starting to, theorize who it could be. Windy. Currently, I would say, would be the #1 contender for the Rookie Award, because the guy came out of nowhere. In 2026, he's like, no, this is my battlegrounds. And he's been absolutely shredding it. So really, Windy could be going the entire way, if he keeps up these kind of numbers, to be the rookie of this season in EECA.
Yeah, no doubt in my mind. I completely mirror your sentiment on that one. I think, again, right, sure, it's only one day, but knowing what we know from what we saw back in the Club Open from this man, very talented. Seems like, honestly, I was kind of worried for him that maybe that would be a matter of, rising tide. Is it going to get harder when he's playing against bigger names, potentially teams that he's, sort of like, oh, I've grown up watching you guys achieve greatness. Now I'm in the server against you. No, it doesn't give a damn. No sweat, cold, just being able to play consistently good PUBG Mobile time and time again. If he maintains this, hands down, completely agree. I think he would be deserving of that rookie. He looks really talented, mate. So I'd love to see it as well, because it'd be one of those talents where you think if this is sort of everyone noticing just how strong he is, God, I wonder where he'll be in 6 months from now.
Yeah, he's going to get picked up by some of the biggest teams. Really, keep an eye out, because he's on currently an August team. Who knows, maybe in the future he could get picked up by some of the biggest squads in PUBG Mobile Esports currently. Looking at Destined to Rise, though, taking a lot of heavy casualties, it seems, losing 3 of their members down to just Ralph, MVP. And it seems like he's just going to get swarmed by these players. TGM, they mean business. They want to get those early eliminations if they can. It's in the blue, so it's not really worth it, but they know they have the man advantage, right? So they're just like, why the hell not? Might as well send it to confirm that final player and maybe get closer to some juicy placement points. Though, good shots with the DBS, but it's going to be enough. Actually, S12K. TGM able to find himself that extra point. So GG well played, and that is going to be D2R sent to a very early grave here on this second Miramar of the day.
Yeah, they've not had the best run of things today. Obviously we were seeing some good stuff from them back in recalibration, but that is what it is. It's an isolated environment. Here it's been a little bit rough. Similar things could be said right now, though, about what's happening to Goats. Lambs to the slaughter, it seems, for TT Project, as they've got complete open line of sight onto them. Tires popped, wheels screeching to a halt, and 2 of the Goats being removed very early. So that's not the dream scenario for the Goat team. Again, the weird thing is, mate, Goat were one of those sides where I thought, mentally coming into it, before we had even seen recalibration, before we got into day 1 of knockouts, they would actually have potentially some of the viability to be contending for some top spots, to be in that debate of, have they got a rookie, star player contender here, like an MVP. Haven't seen the same level of lethality right now, which is a bit of a shame. Moxie was looking really good on that team. Ayato as well had some good consistency. But yeah, they've kind of been struggling a little bit, so a bit of a rough one. Let's see what DG77 have got for us, though. Always a known quantity when it comes to showing us the good stuff. And they're going to get thrown into action here. Prepod in the back line with some bullets down range. Rest of the crew trying to pull up to close the gap as well.
Seems like we could also see a third party from Amix. They're just about 200 meters away from this fight. They hear the shots happening, but that's going to be DG77 winning the fight and also keeping every single member in a very healthy condition. So if you are Amix, maybe just don't go for it. And actually, as I say that, they're just going to keep on moving straight forward towards that circle of phase number 3. So they should be good to go. Looking at Champions and Aurora, I don't know what what's happening here. It's like the Mongolian magnet. They just keep clashing in some way. These matches has been happening on Erangel and happening also here on good old Miramar. Earlier it was on Hacienda. Here it's going to be on the southern side of Chumacera. Though, it should demand some respect. Also with the high ground position of Champions, Aurora, it's not really worth to try and wrestle away that position for yourself at this point in time at least. Maybe if the circle goes there later on, they could rethink it. Right now, there's just not going to be a lot of value up in that spot. But yeah, TT Project, man, looking at this spot, I wish we can see the circle on phase 4. Hopefully, we'll see on the transition. They've got literally 25% of phase 3 fully under control in a 4-man split. They're all spread apart. You just got to be careful to not overpeak it. But knowing TT Project, really, Jackie, and what we've seen in the past from this team, if a team gets close, I think they're just going to get in their car, regroup, and just avoid the fight entirely. That is the gameplay style we have witnessed many, many times from this roster. And so far, it's been successful.
Yeah, it seems to be the sort of mantra that they live and die by, and it works pretty well for them. Ooh, Spike, living on a sliver of HP, he was hoping that just before the blue would nip him down, he'd be able to get the follow-up pump off from the DBS, but no, Frieza, ice cold at least in the 1v1, does win out on that one. So for the Amix squad, if they were looking to convert and get themselves a nice chunk of points off the back of this, it's looking very rough for them. Down to obviously just the solo with limited HP, and the zone might even be enough to thin them out, so that could be them going down soon. Champions as well, removed from the equation here as they fall early to Aurora. So a back-to-back head-to-head that's resulted in a bit of a stalemate there.
I love this engage from Aurora. One of the cleanest fights, or at least push. Whoa, no. Okay, gee. Wait. Who did that? He's trying to knock his teammate? Was that a strat? You're trying to just control the elimination feed? Like, oh, we're weak and fight us, and then they just push in it? Well, okay. I thought that was a smoke for a second. I got jump scared. Okay, yeah, just maybe give up. Just like, okay, he's... okay. Well, Aurora going to give up that high ground position, looking to reposition over to the more eastern edge of this fight. They've lost that surprise factor. You know what? At least they did get rid of Champions, as you stated earlier here, Jackie. So not really worth overcommitting versus SSE. You can just try and hold them off in the zone. Just control that area for your team. As now over to DG77. Shaw able to come out successfully of the fight with Amix. They did lose 2 players in the process. Nomi and Prepod out of this game. Down to Frieza and Zadira. Zadira again in EEU, right? Doing so many strong fights in his favor. It's good Molotov pushing Warrior away from that little defensive position. Where's the backup? There it is. It's Zadira joining the fray. And with a shotgun, he gets Warrior. That is going to be an easy point secured. Maybe Zadira could reach that 10 elimination threshold here.
There we go. We're starting to cook then. Things getting intense. Can this deadly duo go the extra mile? See just what they can squeeze out of this one. Goat going down as well in the end there. Removed from the equation as the final 2 members are picked off. TGM joining them in the coffins as they're also taken out of commission. And the battle continues between the rest of our squads. Zadira chucked over. A couple of meds to top yourself up. Those on you, mate. Give yourself some HP to play with. Frieza with the downrange shots as well. Gets the adjustment back over as Avalanche look to carve a path out of here. They do not want to fall on the hillside and look to try and just get a little bit of space between them. Tommy usually a good head on his shoulders in terms of self-preservation, so he falls further back, leaving the rest of the squad to attempt to assist. Chip damage is good. Ooh, the spray right through. Goodbye, Tommy. Goodbye, Molodoy.
I could put them up to 9 eliminations, maybe 10 if they can get the final knock onto Butcher. Finalize this fight, hopefully. Yeah, good again. FPP in the smoke, just such a good strat to keep your body hidden, and while keeping still some insight on where your enemies are possibly located. But Frieza can get in the car right. He knows that he doesn't want to let them go and pull off those reses. The thing is, they should have done it a little bit sooner. I think they took a bit too long, but actually Butcher still hasn't pulled off the res on his teammate, it seems. And now they even got backup from their 4th member that was just a little bit too far, but they do get Butcher eventually through the smoke. Really good spray down against Zadira. Just an absolute classic from this player. And now it's down to the final member. He's got some nades, so still not committing to the heal-offs. And I think DG77 know they are in full control of this area of the map, using the ridges to its full potential. As Molodoi bleeding on out. Freezer just got to wait it out because Adira does get knocked in the process. So then Solo, he's got no more nades, no more Molotovs, just one more smoke to work with. As he does actually have a smoke blooming on out. But he still hasn't got time for the res. He's pushing it up close quarters with the S12K, but it's just not going to work out. And Avalanche will survive, and will survive it as a duo in this game.
Ah, man, you'd be fuming, wouldn't you? The difference of at least getting the full flush onto them there, squeezing the extra points out, maybe even getting 1, 2 more if you're very lucky late game. But yeah, not meant to be. Still good running for them, considering how early they lost an awful lot of the firepower on that team. So DG77 showing us some of the stock they've got to play with. Ooh, Koa. Woody Org getting the flick shot back over onto Doc. And hard committing onto him as well. So Aurora losing a little bit of the firepower they've got to play with. Doc always up for a fight. He's already got himself those 2 elims to play off. With him being removed, how will the rest of the team proceed on this one? Like we kind of touched on, right? Basically everything we've seen from Aurora when it comes to why they're so far up the standings has been elims. It's just been the entire team taking no prisoners, right? Time and time again. Maybe that's going to be how they continue today. We'll see if the rest of the squad can maintain that.
Just going to be the new IHC, but Vicious were able to avenge one of their fallen comrades. Well, actually 2 of them in Icy and Narvalu got eliminated by Aurora very early on in this match. But TT Project, again, they're just in such good angle. Every time we look at their POV, Jackie, I feel like they're just in these amazingly oppressive locations that they can just take shots with very minimal risk. And here, actually, there's going to be 1 nade, a little bit overcooked for Neos, but still, not over-peeking it, being respectful, doesn't want to take a risk of getting knocked on out. As I say, that actually does go a little bit too far up, but does get some nade damage onto Doran. He's got backup, Effect is there. Cavalry is now joining the fray. That's a good nade. Again, decent damage, and that's going to be enough to eliminate Doran and the entirety of Vicious that for their first game here only get 1 elimination and 1 placement point here, I do believe. So not the game Vicious were hoping for.
No, it's surprising, mate. Surprising, honestly. I was kind of expecting Vicious to come out this one and really, you know, give us a good run for their money in the lobby, show us the sort of firepower they're made of. Effectively, I was expecting like the DG77 treatment we've got out of this game, but yeah, not here, not now. And there's only 1 more game to go tonight as well, so maybe they can recover things on Rondo. That was their first game of the day, and it's been a bit of a sad start to it. What are the rest of our squads going to be showing us? Head count here in terms of the utility that's available between these squads. Clear winner in the forefront being TT. So much offensive and defensive utility with 15 smokes in the backpack. That's going to be big for them late game.
Or very strong in it, because it could be an open-ended on the road. So if you do have a little bit of a tougher time to execute that rotation, that movement into a strong POI, those smokes could be an absolute godsend. Reefus, that's a random smoke chucked over the ridge. Gets a little bit of damage, so Avalanche might want to try and pull back. They know their nade range, so you don't want to go and control that ridge too much, or you might get punished because of it. But circle shift in 1 second. Is it going to shift up north of the road? The northern side of the road is slightly still in circle, but the team that's being gifted an amazing spot this time around, very similar to SSE last game, is going to be Ozrox. So again, here in this game, actually their first game of the tournament, right? Only got 1 elimination so far. We'll get at least 1 placement point, even if they get eliminated at this very moment in this match. But can they hold down the fort? Can they turn it into Fort Knox? We'll have to see how things wrap up for this squad. But now, looking at Aurora, they have to leave this mountaintop. They can't stay here for too long, Jackie, but where are they going to send it?
That's the question. What's the call that they make? How do they make their play on this one to give themselves the best fighting chance as this game continues? Aurora trying to keep their eyes peeled for a potential backstab as well. They're a little bit paranoid about maybe Neos in the rear. You can see they're sort of turning their attention from either side, mostly focusing around towards Avalanche right now, with Butcher causing a bit of a path through. They're going to run their way straight past Mad as well, so that could cause a bit of infighting between the sides. Shots down range, Bid gets 1 off. That's going to be Avalanche running directly into the end of their run here. Havlik does unload with a clip and at least bite back for another point on that as well. So the solo still finding room to breathe at least somewhat throughout this lobby. 777-6 up on the top. It's a good shot down range, but it's actually Joel that's instantly engaging from distance and been able to land that tasty headshot.
Just to say also, for one of the first times Mad Esports don't get involved in a hot drop, guess what? They make it to top 6, maybe even top 5. Well, this is a big improvement for this squad. Though, looking at the push of Aurora, they actually went where they got a few knocks right over to the east. This is a good entry point, though. You've got to be careful here. The shed, the Smolotov, it's looking good. It's looking strong. And that is going to cook the competition. What a fight from Aurora, claiming 4 eliminations this game. And Amix sent to an early grave. That's 5 teams now remaining in this one. The placement points are going to go up more and more as time goes by. But as Aurora, actually, this is a very interesting rotation. As Aurora send it to the east, TT Project send it to the northern side, reclaiming that high ground position for themselves in a 2-1 split. I think they were overly split earlier. That did cause the demise of FE's, one of their members. But actually here, they're having so much information, they're just waiting for one fight to unfold possibly, and just fully third party it. This could be a strong performance, once again, going the way of TT Project.
Yeah, man, there's a chance they could be cooking on this. You could see they were kind of playing it like hyenas in a backline for so long, just watching and waiting what Aurora got up to. Every time their attention was turned away. As soon as they went for that commit, you taking their space, it'll give you good cover to play off and some good high ground. They can afford to split a little bit as well with the vehicles to work with, so they've got good timing on this. We'll see how it cooks late game. Maybe there's a chance that they can do something huge. It'd be nice to see TT back to their winning ways, with Aurora having that little bit of cover to play with. Joel making his move up as well. Now, Mad were the side they initially wanted to dive onto. Reefus nearly lost his life in the head-to-head towards the shed versus the last man, Havlik from Amix, but they won out on that one with the backup of the utility that burnt him out of position. Ozrox as well. In position, a little bit spooked about being collapsed upon. Joe slowly climbing forward. This has been him slowly making that pathway upwards, getting tighter and tighter onto the position of Mad.
The thing is, this area is all about terrain knowledge. If you know which are strong dips and ridges to work with, you could get really far in this game, even as a solo. If you're able to transition successfully in really strong spots and remain completely undetected, you might get some cheeky placement points on this game. Making it to top 3, definitely doable, even for the likes of 777 and Mad Esports. But the main thing you've got to focus on, right, is that Ozrock still has the compound as a trio, and it's a very easy compound to defend, even though you don't have a full team. You should be able to make it work out. The thing is, that could be the issue, is getting third-partied. If, for example, a Western team like TT Project crashes them and then they get third-partied by Aurora, then things are going to get a bit dicey, a bit hard to predict as to who might be crowned your champions on this game. You can see a few cars here, you can hear in the noise. Teams are getting ready to make their transition, make their move. Reefus, slowly but surely, making his way closer to Mad Esports. But Mad, they hear the car. They're going to start cooking those nades. A little bit too deep on those first 2. But at least scaring off Aurora in some way that this is going to be a really hard ridge to hold on to if you give your location away. Which right now, Ziol, he's not running. He's not giving any footstep information, but Reefus does. And that's going to be the first knock from Mad Esports as Absolute gets knocked on down. Same actually for their other teammate. This might be the right time to fully commit to the fight and eliminate Mad Esports. And as I say that is going to be game over. Mad Esports eliminated by 6 and actually somewhat 777 assisting Aurora in surviving even deeper this match.
Yeah, giving him a bit of a lifeline whilst also stealing away the prize that they were eyeing up for so long, right? Zol was hoping that he'd be able to find that spacing to at least get stuck into the fight towards Mad. They lose out on a point there, but at least keep themselves in the running for a later finish on this one. So a complete change of pace from them now. Restock, top your players back up. They're able to save Reefus. He's not cold on the ground anymore, and they can go into this final 4 fight in a good position. For 777, though, will that solo convert anything else out of this? Can 6 somehow push himself into a deeper finish? TT, they've been biding their time for so damn long, constantly just waiting for the opportunity to truly don the sword and bury that hatchet in towards Ozorogs that have just been sat in this compound for free for so long, effectively being able to coast out the game. Because of that, though, Max, obviously it's only the 1 elim. So if they're not getting much more out of this, they want as many placements points as they can get. They're looking for that first place. That's what they're going to be gunning for to give themselves a really good debut game coming in. This is their opening match as well, right? They've only just come into the rotations out of the groups being traded out. Yeah. So for them, this could be a great start.
I actually really like that Ozrox are not controlling every single building. You would stretch yourself way too thinly at that point. So no, they're just actually going to be giving 2 buildings for free pretty much to Aurora to the east because they know they can't focus on 2 fights at the same time. 6 does get eliminated fully of that game. Now we're down to the top 3, the podium squad, Aurora, TT Project, and Ozrox. It's trio 3v3v3. Ozrox here clearly putting their focus, the emphasis on fighting TT Project. And actually, looking at TT Project, they're actually kind of moving away from the fight, it seems. They're going for the low ground on the road. They don't want to get too close. They want to let the fight break out between Ozrox and Aurora so they can third party it. TT Project is a team that likes to capitalize on opportunity thrown their way. So they don't want to be too quick. But same plan for Aurora. The 2 teams are just waiting. They're like, please, we want a third party. But everyone is trying to also avoid being the first one to engage the fight onto Ozrox, and Ozrox just like, what do? We don't know where anyone is. We know a fight's coming, but when and who will be the one to pull the trigger first?
When does that engage? And how do you squeeze the most out of the opportunity that will present itself very soon, it seems? The 3 squads edging closer towards one another, trying to keep their bellies low to the ground so you can't have your head peeled clean off top. He's had some great reactions over the course of the day. If someone peeks up, will he be rapid with his shots? Get an engagement off that gives them a chance. You can see all the pins primed as well. The nades in the hand for Ozrox. As soon as they catch whiff of a single player, they could unleash an airstrike from the compound, blow you back from a distance, and make it very hard to close the gap. Thinking about cooking one, maybe cast it out as a bit of an info nade. Neos spotted. Does he get the read? It's a good off angle. Top should have the advantage on the face here, but the height... If he gets this one out, it could be a free pick. He calls for the wrap back, though. Plays in the buddy system with his teammate here in Reefers. And this is TT on the move. Bounce on the nade down towards the ridge side. Smoke goes up. Neos gets into the tree. You might be able to get a nade right on this, Max. This could be punishing.
This is risky. I do not recommend going in that position. 2 really good nades back-to-back. Neos is going to have to run away, scurry away up to the other side of that smoke, and he will be spotted out by none other than Top himself with the M4. That's a huge opening knock, and you know what? Ozrox are like, wait, they're not even crashing on us. Maybe we have an opportunity to third party it, but as I say, that effect finds a good opening knock of his own with that nade onto Bad Boy. Making it a little bit tougher. Still don't know who's going to be coming out on top, but now the man advantage is in favor of Aurora. Top, Zyol, Reefer still alive and well in this game, as Effect, Zerich in the smoke, trying to keep themselves hidden, but Effect is perfectly executing those throws on the utility. That's a knock and a flush possibly coming on through. Ozrox wounded, down to a solo, and getting swarmed by TT Project. Not swarmed, actually, it's just one member. Effect, he's going solo, he's going YOLO mode, as Zerich has got the good backup. The nades are perfect, they're beautiful. From TT Project, though, FX swapping on over to the S12K, looking for the member. Ozrox jumping on down, and it will be game over. And TT Project to claim this Miramar chicken dinner.
My God, playing that one brilliantly there towards the tail end. The nades in the back, blowing a pipeline in for TT. Shout out to Effect with a great engage. And as the chaos erupts, they're able to keep themselves calm and collective and weave their way through to pick up the pieces and lock that one down. Hell of a final fight. Quite calm and collective until suddenly it wasn't. All hell breaks loose and they withstand. That's big, Max. A hell of a result there for TT. We were saying back in recalibration, right? Team looked very consistent, very reserved, similar stylings on display here, and it pays off for them. Not only is it that 10-point chicken dinner, it's the 13 elims that go along with it.
I mean, you had so much tension at the end of that game, the fight just not breaking out. Some players trying to go for off angles like Top, trying to sneak behind that ridge line.
Yeah.
Neos trying to actually get himself a good position behind those trees and those smokes, but it's just not working out thanks to the good utility from Aurora. It was really a very hard game to predict who was going to come out on top. Even until we saw the logo of the winning team, I wasn't sure who got the chicken dinner because it was very, very tough to predict. But no, TT Project were able to put the nail in the coffin. I do want to say, I wish we saw a little bit more aggression from Ozrox. I think they just let those 2 squads get way too close to them. Maybe they used a lot of their utility earlier on in the match, but I feel like a few good nades. You can see here in this replay, they got some good damage on Aurora, but they wish they had effect on their team because those nades, oh boy, were they pinpoint accurate, able to create a strong opening fight for them and able to clean up shop and get that chicken dinner here on match 4 of day 1 of knockout stage. And looking at the elimination spread, Effect and Zerich had an absolute banger performance this game and looking to be contenders for the MVP of the game.
Yeah, dude, 100% with how they were playing that one. I wouldn't be surprised, right? Zerich, again, he's been very consistent in terms of the distance firefights with his rifling skills, but Effect, it was all of that nade play, the grenadier action, just being able to get that big nade into the compound, not once, but twice, where he completely ruined their lifeline. Do agree with your sentiment as well. I felt like Ozorox, as much as in their minds, I think they were thinking, okay, you know what? Best case scenario, we're only going to get a couple of elims out of this. We'll just play for the placements. At a certain point, it was really playing not to lose rather than playing to win, which didn't do them any favours. So unfortunate stuff there towards the tail end, but good signs for TT. Here's our overall stats from the game as well from match 4. That's right, match 4 already done and dusted, and another new team walking away with a chicken dinner on the day. So it's been getting spicy thus far, and it does mean we're getting close to our final game of the day, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I love this match summary. You got 6 grenade eliminations. Most of those, I do believe, came from Effect, right? From
yeah.
TT Project. This guy's been right on the money with those grenades, so really happy to see how he was able to play it off. But I gotta say, off of these games now that we saw during Calibration Day 1 and also today's matches, the macro performance, the IGLing of TT Project is some of the best, if not the single best in this lobby. They're so respectful of the competition, yet able to strike while the iron is hot. This team is all about timing and strong positions, and so far it's been able to get so many points claimed by this roster. So I'm very happy with their performance with these points earned so far today. Looking at the MVP, though, is of course going to be none other than Zerich. Could have been Effect, but Zerich is the man at making it happen this time around with actually a decent 20% headshot ratio. So he's been having an absolute field day, it seems. But looking at the top players, I do believe a lot of them are going to be indeed on the side of TT Project, but also DG77 in Freezer and Zadiro, the deadly duo here from DG77.
Oh man, there you go. The boys showing up.
Oh wait,
instantly showing us what they're made of.
Look, Zadira and Freezer got on the top frags of this game, but their survival time is not even reaching the 19-minute mark. So they were alive for a short period of time, Jackie, but they made it count.
No, they certainly did. They certainly did. They were throwing themselves. It's basically anyone that was willing to scrap. That does seem to be the DG77 way, to be honest, bud. So, yeah, shout out to them. Low survival time, high impact. That's what we like to see here. Let's have a look, though, at how things went down in terms of the biggest point earners off the back of that game. Like we said, it's not only that chicken dinner injection of 10 points that you're going to be taking home for TT. It's also the 13 elims that are supporting it, so a 23-point game. Oh, that's finger licking good, Max.
Oh, it is really going to be looking like a good game for TT Project. And also, it kind of also creates a big gap. 23 points down to 10 for Aurora. And then you kind of plateau off at teams that are getting 9, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 points. And this is all on the first half of the leaderboard, so even less points on the second half, it seems. But yeah, a few teams here not quite able to have the kickoff performance they were hoping for their first game. The one team that comes to mind is going to be Vicious, that, looking back at their rotation, had a very strong early game 2-2 split, and I feel like they kept the 2-2 split mid-rotation, and they gave an opportunity, I think it was Doc from Aurora, to get that elimination and kind of punish that split rotation. So hopefully they will try and maybe tighten up their split moving forward, because that was just not it this time around on Miramar. As looking at the overall rankings, none other than DG77 will be crowned your current first place team with 52 points.
Yeah, there you go. Moving up from second into first with that shift from champions going down 2 ranking placements to third, and TT Project taking away that second place spot, climbing all the way up from fourth. Hell of a shift in the dynamics so far, so things are starting to get quite spicy out there. And I think it's also very good as well that we're seeing the fact that although this was sort of tail end of the day for some of our teams, and we got the newcomers coming in from Group E, most of those points were being able to be hoovered up by the teams that have still been playing as well. So if you're playing a good majority of your games today, you are at least being able to maximize your time on the battleground, whereas similar things can't be said for all of the teams that came in to play their opening card. Amix there still in 17th place off the back of the one game. That is 5 points. You'll take it. It's not the worst case scenario. I suppose that card would actually be thrown the way of the Vicious. Unsurprising, well, surprising even would be the more adequate word, mate. They've had a bit of a rough one on that, Max. I was kind of thinking they're going to be coming out swinging on that game, but 19th place with only 2 points earned. Not what we thought would happen.
Yeah, we could have seen a little bit more. Actually, I'm also going to be a bit critical on the side of Ozrock. Sure, they do get 9 points, which if you get anything close to a 10-point average, you're looking good, right, in one game. But I think they could have, off the back of that position, gotten way more points. So this is not the game that's like kind of proven me that Ozrock's mean business in this tournament, right? I need to see a little bit more. Maybe when they're tested in some of these matches, then we can see what they can actually bring to the EECA table. But yeah, actually, I didn't have even time to talk about it during the leaderboards here, Jackie. We saw actually quite a big gap. I think it was between 6th and 7th place, like around top 5, top 6 position being created. So, and keep in mind, top 4 are the slots that are going to push you right into the finals here for PMGO EECA. So we might already have some teams separating themselves from the rest of this lobby in, what is that now, 4 games only, which is a significant statement to be made this early on in this tournament.
No, it's a hell of a leap, mate. You're keeping your heads above water. And again, it's one of those where there is so much more benefits that come from being able to take one of those top 4 spots, right, than the potential negatives if you're not able to get it there. The extra games you've got to play, the extra investment, it gets way harder. It gets way, way harder. But we're not going to waste any time for the viewers at home. Max, we're going to be heading straight into our last game of the day very soon as Rondo is getting ready to go. And that is going to be our crowning match, our last game of day 1 here today for the knockout stage, being the bookend, of course, where we started things back on Rondo towards the beginning of the show a few hours ago now. Differences, though, Max, obviously different lay of the land, right, with Group E coming into the fray, so we'll see how that changes things. Anyone from Group E you think that's going to be thriving in the Rondo chaos here?
Oh, no doubt, Amix. Yeah, I'm hoping Amix are going to do well on that map. I mean, every single player on that team is just pure fragging power. Of course, you could also be looking at Vicious, but game 1 was a little bit, for them, a little bit dodgy, so it didn't work out as they were expecting. But I think Amix are going to be looking good. And they've proven, right, during calibration, they can take hot drops versus Aurora in Military Island on Erangel. So I think this is a team that if they get involved in those early conversations, maybe in Yulin, in Neox, maybe even Stadium, if we have a hot drop over there, this is a team that could survive very far and get maybe a record break in Rondo game this time around. So I think that AMX is going to be one of the squads I'm going to be paying close attention to. But what about you, Jackie? Which team are you going to be focused on for this game from Group E?
I think, honestly, I kind of want to follow on from what you were saying there with Ozorox, where I think there's opportunities for them to play a better game going into this one based on, if you've had that match up there, where what happened, I think, is you kind of had that moment of, oh, guys, we might win this, we might actually win this, we can get the placements right. You've turtled up, you've not played a confident game of PUBG Mobile. This is the one where you end it on a high. You should go in now. I want to see them fighting. I want to see them actually playing a lot more of that aggressive style. It didn't really fit their tendencies as much, but maybe we'll see it here. Hearing word, though, that we will take a brief break on this one. So we'll give you a few moments, guys, to get a drink. Rondo will get ready in the background. Then myself and Max will come back, and we'll see if Ozorox and the boys over on Amix can deliver. Catch you in a sec.
Start the war!
Hello and welcome back as we go our last game of the day here. Myself and Max have been on the edge of our seats all day, so we've sat down firmly to make sure we don't fall off Max, because it's Rondo that's up next, and that very well could give us a kick up the backside, as most of these teams are going to come out swinging, looking for a big point earner. I believe, where were we? 96 Elim, something like that? We were pretty close to breaking 100, right? Is this the game where we break it?
I mean, you have Amix and Vicious coming in, right? So they're joining the fray, and I think they will get involved in those hot drops happening around the board in Rondo. So yeah, maybe. You know what? If we could make it happen, we do have it very rarely like reach 100 eliminations. This might just be the one with these teams getting involved. But a lot of the hot drop teams of Group C aren't part of the equation. So maybe there's just less early game eliminations to be had here, Jackie. As here we go, last game of the day for the knockout stage of PMGO EECA. It's going to be Rondo for groups A, B, D, and E. And this is going to be one plane. Do we have the double plane? Unfortunately not. And it's going to be a very eastern plane going straight down to Rinjiang. And meaning this time, Neox Factory is in reach of these dropping teams. How many teams are going to see make it over there, though? That is the question. But also, Yulin, if you go for a bit of a stretch, you could make it. So I think that this time, we might not just have a crazy party in one city. We might have actually the eliminations being spread across those two main focal points here on Rondo in phase number 1.
Okay. Let's see what we get then. What sort of excitement is going to be coming our way?
Oh, yeah. Okay, Neox.
Yeah.
They're going for it.
I mean, we know how this goes, mate. But who will be the kings of Neox? That's the question. Who leaves happy and who leaves very sad, maybe just limping away as a solo? That would at least be preferable, because then you could at least come back into it. We get any full wipes, it'd be a hell of a tasty start. So let's see what we get out of this one then. Not surprising that champions want a piece of the action. Amix as well, always up for a fight. They've landed, the horses are off. Let's see where the hot drop takes us.
Oh, he's looking for a weapon here. Spiky finds a pan, and an M79. It's not a weapon. Some of his teammates are going to be able to find himself some knocks. Good elimination secured early on from Team Amix. Havlik should be rezzed up pretty soon by his squad mate. There should be Spike to go for the reset on his player. But we do have then Amix. We now have also Aurora. We have the side of TGM and Champions. So this is just a Mongolian city. It's the capital of Mongolia here, Jackie. That, no, I'm sure you still remember the name. It slipped my mind, unfortunately. It is the capital of Mongolia here. It's Neox Factory. There's going to be on the menu for these boys, as they will also go for a quick reset onto good old Kino.
Reset, retool. And see if they can find a way to keep on fighting strong on this one. Where this is going to take us, the Avalanche for a few seconds there, bubbling back up with the shots coming by. They're down to just a duo. Atomic on the move, trying to sniff out the location of Top, who ironically is on a higher elevation. Ooh, Naylor good. Yeah, chip damage off the back of that one, mate. Instant conversion. He blows him off. Didn't realize just how on the money that was. That's a hell of an opener.
Yeah, but they do have Reefers next to Fongtun southwest, actually between Fongtun and Lanpo, currently southwest of the circle. So that's going to be a quick reset. No one's near Reefers too, so easy access to a recall tower this game. Outside of that, everyone else should have also a quick reset for Avalanche. I wonder if we're going to have a similar play to Avalanche this game, Jackie, where the solo is just alone for like the first 5 minutes of the game before we actually can get access to a recall tower. It's KZ. Ooh, Jakura able to find himself a good opening knock through that window frame. But back to good old cheeky Neox Factory is going to be the off angle of TGM looking to claim a few lives of Amix. And that's a good opening spray here with the JS9, one of the strongest weapons in this map. The SMG meta is real on Rondo, as back over here next to a recall tower, Ozrox and KZ Esports. That's a decent nade. He does flush out one member, and the spray is on the money. That's Jakura to get 2 eliminations up to himself. But will they be able to get the full squad wipe? That one we have to wait and see, as they do now claim full control of this recall tower. So, Ozrox, they have to leave this area to go for the reset, and that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, cut your losses, make sure you can get back into the fight. No point losing out on every single chance to get points on this one. So, back out and look for a bit of a return to form later on. Champions have been able to effectively play the lay of the land here on Neox for the most part. But can TGM throw any kind of big spanner or other tools that might be available into the works? That's the question. Obviously, Sanch was able to get himself those 4 elims. It was good play. Oh, iron sight spam up top. Not really the best tool for the trade from a distance firefight like this. Trade out with the weaponry available off the back of the crates to keep yourself moving. Get the stims in as well to top yourself back up. Keynote nearly shut down there. He's taken a ton of damage. He's got a little bit of cover to play off where they got nades as well. So if they get visual on him, with this one being so cooked, it could just blow him down. Yeah, there we go.
Beautiful nade coming out from Sanich. Generation of Miracle. Just becoming the loot goblins, really, of Neox. They got all these death crates from Amix. They're like, oh yeah, all of that loot. The ammo, the grenades, also maybe the decent tier 3 vests and helmets if they can find one. In this case, we do have Sanich. He did find himself a tier 3 helmet, so able to tank a few more shots to the head. You know, going to be in a really tough spot to res. But keep in mind, the demo is very far away from this location. He's actually over to Bamboo. So even though C1 don't look in full control of this fight, losing actually one and now soon to be a second member in Fearless. There you go. He's going to actually confirm himself early on. They're just going to put their focus on Atomic in a 1v3 scenario. Because keep in mind that also Retro is nowhere to be seen for TGM. He's over northwest of Lo Huaxian. So he's controlling a recall tower of his own. This is all about getting some early eliminations this game. On the rooftop, though, Atomic, can he defend the honor of his team? Apparently not, as he's also going to be sent out of this game. But the recall is just around the corner, so you will have a second opportunity at life very soon.
Yeah, be able to run it right back. Never miss a beat. Keep yourself amongst all the action. Okay. Let's see where this goes then. And how things will continue. If destined to rise, who are on screen now as well, we'll get too much more out of this one. Doing a little bit of the old snakes and ladders driving. That's the thing about trees, Max. You never know where they're going to be. Sometimes they block your path, they get in your face. Quite aggressive, you know. By nature, it's been known in the wild that trees will attack on sight if they feel threatened.
Yeah, I mean, they are like the Ents of Lord of the Rings, you know. They'll just stop moving and just grab your car and just yeet you into oblivion out in the blue. You never know.
Exactly.
Trees are your real enemy in this one.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's how they get you. You got to be aware. Remember that, guys, when you're outside touching grass in between watching games, PUBG Mobile. Be careful of the trees as they will sneak up on you quick, smart.
Actually, I just thought that would be a great collab because we have so many collabs, right? We have one with Lord of the Rings and the trees. If you just do too much damage to them, they just come to life and just wreck your team. I don't know. I think that would be kind of funny as a collab idea. We'll see if the PUBG Mobile team will bring that up eventually. Though, here we go. 777 and Goat going to encroach on their own terrain. Oh, not worth it again. Phase 1. Sure, you do have some recalls if you want. Goat still got a recall for the entire squad. Looking at Goat team. They do also, I believe, yeah, they both have actually a full recall available if they want. So they can take a few risks early on. Might be actually turning a profit in the early stages of this Rondo game. Top also knocked on down. But keep in mind, most of their members did get recalled except for Refus. If they lose anyone but Refus, that is game over. That player is not coming back to life. That is the end of their adventure on day 1 of knockout stage. As this is the angle of Zyol. He's jumping on down. A risky play, but it pays off. Zyol getting a free point here. And they will get the reset onto top. Refus, not as important because, again, he does have a second life available. But top, you can't let him go out now.
Stay alive. Stay in the fight. See what you can do. Dark, belly down on the ground. It could be a nice angle for the nade to bounce directly onto his lap. Responds back onto Molodoi, though. It's a good connection to at least create a little bit of space between the two. Rest of the squad have been able to reset themselves up on towards the stairway as well. So they're back up on their feet and been able to get their HP in a good position. Doors come swinging open towards the roof. Zol looking for a quick read. Doesn't spot anyone just yet. Trying to dot their I's and check their T's as well on these little clears towards the sidelines. Doc, at least with the limited supplies he has remaining, being able to get some of that HP back.
Oh, DG77 had a 2-2 split for the longest time in the dead center of the circle. But now we've got to try and regroup as they are fighting and clashing with Ozrox. Good angle from Bad Boy with the JS9. It's going to be a bit of an even-Steven trade-off as Ozrox will be able to also survive. A bit of that incoming damage, and actually Bad Boy's looking so good with the Org JS9 Wombo combo loadout. And that's 3 eliminations up for themselves. Prepod, though, he is camping a recall tower to the west, so that is not going to be the end for DG77. They will be brought back to life very soon this match, indeed. They still got 1 member trying to make it work out. And by the way, this fight to the west we saw in the city, right? Between those 2 teams, including Aurora. Not sure what's happening. The 2 teams, Jackie, got involved in early fights, meaning whoever gets eliminated are fully out of this game. It's very unnecessary, but yet Avalanche are so adamant on committing to the fight, which I do believe is a slight mistake at this point of the game.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a rough one for them. Ooh.
Good
Bad
made.
boy. Yeah, that's clean, mate. You know what? I was kind of worried when you look at the squad they're going up against, right? DG77's been pretty hot on the money recently. For Ozorox to play quite a reserves game prior, just off the back of the placement points, we were hoping that you come into this one and absolutely show us what you're made of in terms of the fighting potential. Taking it straight to DG77 is one way to show us that you're not scared of the actual tussle between teams. And they do win out with that nice opening nade. More to do, though, as DG can reset and recall. Sorry, it's his own teammate, Max. He's safe. He's safe. Yeah. But maybe not here.
I was a little bit confused for a second there, the jump, but here we go. It's down to Aurora, the final player. It's Yoli. He gets the damage done, looking for the final member. He's on a slither of HP, swapping on over to the pub. He gets it done! Zyol survives, and we'll be bringing all of Aurora back to life here. But he has to go for the heal up, and he will hit it eventually. It's only phase 2, so the blue zone does not do that much damage. But oh my goodness, way too close for comfort here for the side of Aurora Gaming.
It could have been brutal. Could have been brutal, but they are able to find their way through on that one and pick up the pieces, even in that awkward encounter. So it's all good. They save their bacon now and get the full squad wipe off of it. Avalanche again being the punching bag of the lobby in these matchups, it seems. So a little bit of an unfortunate encounter there. Meanwhile, we see the drive-by from GOAT team on screen as well. They're going to keep themselves out of dodge for now, taking their time.
Circle shift now. It's going to be heading slightly southwest of the zone, which is going to be actually a really good entry point for DG77. They got a 2-2 split. Still got control of the recall tower, so if anyone wants to try and go for a last-minute reset, you'll have to fight DG77 to make that one happen. Champion's actually demoed somewhat scouting with his vehicle, trying to get some insight on where teams are currently located. A lot of actually, I'm going to say it, most of all the compounds available for these teams in this circle are overtaken, are controlled by a squad or 2. So now it's going to be down to terrain knowledge if you are late to bloom in this game, such as GOAT, such as KZ Esports, such as even TGM or Champions. You might have to wrestle away some of these spots too. Also, Aurora, right, to the western side. They could recall Reefus, and I just saw it happen right now. Look at the elimination, at the leaderboards on the right side. They did get the reset on good old Reefus. No soldiers left behind, as they will be entering over to the west. But again, because they've been fighting for so long in that city, right, to the western edge, Jackie, they don't have a lot of intel. They don't know where any teams are located in this zone, so they're going to go somewhat blind in circle number 3, heading into circle 4.
Yeah, limited information and scope of the lay of the land that might be more problematic for some teams. Having a little bit of a look at the rotates here as well over on the map feed. You got that potential clash between Champions and Aurora where they could run into one another, and then GOAT down on the bottom side as well coming up towards KZ. So room for some spice to be thrown into the mix pretty soon, where they could be forced into some awkward encounters. The Vicious up on the forefront of the POV right now though. Obviously, first game for them wasn't the dream, that's fair to say. Into this one so far, they found a couple of points here and there. Ko has got 2 of his own. Doran with the one in the back pocket in terms of the elims. And they've got a little bit of space to set up on right now. Looking to see if they can catch anyone that comes towards them. The reset for Aurora off the back of their fabulous feet out in the blue means that they're still taking their time to get in. They do cut wide round the back of Champions as well, so we'll actually end up a little bit more centered up off the back of their rotate in towards the zone.
Still a few teams, though, got to try and move in. Oh, Dorian going to reposition a death crate just so they can have some excess loot inside the building. Cool new feature that's been added last year. If you do not have the opportunity to get everything in those crates, just pick it up, reposition in the building, and you'll be good to go. So really good use of that feature from Doran. Who knows, maybe you got 10 grenades in that death crate. We don't know. Just be a mini red zone over there very soon, depending what was inside of it. Aurora, yeah, still trying to make their rotate. As you said, trying to avoid champions by going for that wider southern rotation away from them. I don't know what it is. Again, the Mongolian Magnet, they just keep getting close to each other. Every game has happened on Miramar, it's happened on Erangel. It just keeps happening time and time and time again, it seems. Though good off angle. But Tops will be going down, followed by Zyol. And this is not looking too good for Aurora Gaming. They're going to go for a quick reset, but Zyol out there in the open, in the blue. This is going to be the end for this player.
Yeah, man. No chance whatsoever there, really, off the back of that. It was quite a distant shot from Demo. He piped up and absolutely punishes. God, everyone is just being pinned into position, really, aren't they? You've gone down again to just Top, and as I say that, he gets eliminated. So Aurora finding themselves to fight through the blue encounter, but not surviving when they go head-to-head versus their brethren in Champions. KZ do run into GOAT as well. This looked like a fight that would slowly boil up, and now we've hit that fever pitch. Maybe the Vicious also looking for a chance to see what they could steal out of this one. They're in the vehicles close by. Do they want to get stuck into it with GOAT going down? Doran pulls up. Yeah, they'll steal away some points on contact as well. GOAT removed. KZ being able to at least hoover up a majority, but Moxie falls to the might of Doran.
Really happy with Vicious third party and GOAT. That was a golden opportunity to get 3 eliminations in this game and also maybe facilitate your own transition in the next circle, just clearing your backside. So Vicious, again, in full control and way better game compared to their previous Miramar, as you stated, right? They want to try and make up for that poor start in the knockout stage, and they're doing exactly that. Now, Valo here, scoped in with the Orc, 3x scope, looking at the players of Amix that are also currently yet to be making their way in the play zone. So this is going to be having the rotation that will unfold at some point in time. But if they can pop the wheels on those cars, doing it by foot, oof, going to be almost impossible. So they've got to keep those vehicles in good, healthy condition. By the way, back to that fight of Aurora versus Champions. I love how Champions just fully leveraged that man advantage. They get 2 knocks and instantly just fully send it. We know we can afford to go for a little bit of an over-aggressive fight because we have that 4v2 advantage. And it doesn't matter who they're fighting. Aurora, we don't care. We'll send it regardless. A really good, confident play from them. As unfortunately, can't say the same for Amix. That rotation in the open areas of Rondo are just so tough to execute sometimes. And Vicious just farming points, maybe looking to claim their 7th elimination. They're having an absolute field day on this Rondo match here, Jackie.
Yeah, having a whale of a time and playing it the way we were hoping they would as well, right? Where they just come out absolutely gunning for elims and being willing to take a lot of these more aggressive encounters. We know how individually talented they are, and we're seeing that. It's a nice reposition as well from Icy, who gets another tap out straight towards the cranium of another player. So being able to put the pressure back on 777 there, opening up the first knock against them. Destined to rise head-to-head versus Champions, and they're actually making it look good. Okay, that's a back and forth then, as they will get a couple of pot shots down onto the team. It's a wide berth from them with Meta just ahead. So a bit of a clash going on center stage on this one. Do wonder as well, mate. You're looking towards the top end, up towards the north there, with Mad Team and TGM close to one another. A lot of opportunities for us to lose a ton of squads here quickly if everyone gets thrown into a bit of chaos.
I do have to say, I love what Vicious are currently doing, setting up players on this road. You've got a lot of roads on Rondo. It's very specific to Rondo in particular as a map. They have these roads just digging right through some elevated terrain like hills and mountains. And actually, if you go down there and you set up a few cover flares, which is exactly what they've done, it just becomes an absolute fortress. So this is really good use of those cover flares. Just such a key aspect of Rondo being used to its full potential. So thumbs up to them. Unfortunately, though, that fortress is not going to be in circle number 5. So they will have to start to think about what is next to come. Center circle, one team is up there. It's going to be TT Project. Could be given a golden opportunity to at least reach the podium. But compared to the previous game on Miramar, right, Jackie, here, it's open terrain pretty much the entirety, around the entirety of their compound. So actually, they could spot teams from a mile away and make sure no one gets even remotely close to their gas station.
Yeah, this is our territory, mate. Fuel prices are at an all-time high. Do not come near our gas station. This is for us only. That's what they're saying. But let's see how it'll work out with 777 being tested by the Vicious. Amix in the meantime removed for good. Oh, Warrior coming out to play as he will strike with the shotty. Good drive-by connection onto Vicious. Reset from Westrant as well. Going to be able to grab his mate and run him back into the safety of the zone. Zone trying to nip at his heels. He wants to get him in the vehicle. Should be okay to save him. But will they be gatted at? You've got the setup for the rest of the team there with the Vicious taking shots. Oh, it's all going southward quickly.
He just lost the driver. He can't go anywhere, unfortunately. That is it for 777. What an unfortunate way to end it. But yeah, Vicious, the way they engaged that one, I think was very odd. I think that especially one of the players jumping out of the moving vehicle, you're just taking extra damage. I think he didn't even have time to take the damage. He just got some insane shots coming his way from 777. So it was just not meant to be. The 2-2 split of Vicious was punished. Still getting 12 eliminations. So even if they go out now, Jackie, this is still an amazing game from Vicious that we were expecting from this squad after how they performed in the Romanian PMNC. DG77, a team that, again, had that massive 2-2 split. And you know what? The 2-2 split strategy continues. They still have 2 players straight up north of TT Project and 2 players to the western edge. The amount of control and presence they have in this circle is absolutely ludicrous. And teams got to be careful. Put the respect on the name of DG77. One final distance happening is TGM and Mad Esports. As even if you win that fight, guess what? This duo of DG77 does not want to let you to survive that rotate. There's actually a really strong nade coming out from Mad, as they slowly but surely push their way deeper and deeper in this compound. TGM falling like flies down to a duo. Put in Sanic. Can they survive this altercation? Can they claim a few extra points before getting eliminated? Even then, they're getting third-partied by Ozorox over to the east. Things are looking dicey as he peeks. Oh my goodness, peeking just around the corner, but doesn't spot him. He's right there.
Oh, mate, it's like a jump scare.
Oh, they're almost working out. Yeah, but the jump scare was still able to work out in some way. He gets a bit of damage, but down to just a solo at Sanic. Through the window. That should be an easy one. If you can connect it down to 1v1, but it's just not meant to be. TGM eliminated. Still, decent amount of elims this game. But Mad Esports now, sure, you won the fight. But the hardest task is yet to come, which is going to be leaving that compound when Ozorox and DG77 are proactively looking in your direction.
100% trying to get away safely now becomes the aim of the game. God, terrifying stuff. The compound encounter of the third kind, as it was paranormal the way they were playing it. Icy backline shots back down at Ozorox as well. He has been so crisp from range. Man's got the 3x, but he's making it look like a 10 times zoom with how he's got the HD vision. Hitting some good shots. Freezer as well. And the rest of DG77. Relatively uncontested for right now. A little bit paranoid about the back line, making sure they scan all around the ridges here. Clear their angles and be safe so that no one can encroach onto them from behind. Meanwhile, monitoring the situation back over towards Mad, so when they make a dash out through their smoke line they've set up, he'll be honed in. Pretty good from these sort of positions as well, so I'd rep him to win it. Should be decent chip damage, if not a nice conversion on them the minute that smoke starts to fade.
A few cover flares, of course. We're getting to the true late game of this Rondo game. So, cover flares are going to be all around the place. Good knock onto TSX as they do get eliminated by the blue. And yeah, just deny. That's an impossible transition. Might as well just give the points to that blue zone. He is trying to peek it though. But just not going to be meant to be. GG well played, Mad Esports. Again, making it really fine these games when they don't commit to the hot drop. So hopefully they can get some good lessons out of these matches today. Just trying to fix it as effect. Again, this guy, long range also with the Org. His spray and his utility play has been absolutely through the bloody roof. As now he's going to be shifting his focus over onto Vicious, the duo of Icy. And Narvalo, the French lad, is trying to make his way deeper in this zone. And they do still have some cover flares, I believe. So that can maybe allow them to create a decent foothold in the zone. But without cover flares, that is going to be a really hard transition to execute. As I look at Freezer, only 13 bullets left in the chamber, Jackie. That is not going to be enough if you want to commit to the fight of the TT project.
No, yeah, this is not the man you want to be running low on reserves, right? It's going to make it way harder for him to actually have any impact there.
Whoa.
Ooh, talking of impact, my God, strong right arm on Icy. Throws that nade directly on target, waving bye-bye as he blows their team all the way into the final four with TT, Dagestan 77, Ozorox, and the Vicious being our final four here. So they've moved themselves into a good position for the last game of the day then to scrap out on this one. Ozorox again, mate, another opportunity for them to maybe have a good back-to-back run of things on the 2 games played for their debut from their group. But can they do it in style this time? Will they just be surviving, or can they actually take the fight to these teams?
We'll have to see how things work out. Good spray, and that's going to be converted into a knock onto Leon 44. Ozrox, though, in a kind of distance, maybe looking to see where phase 7 goes. By the way, I didn't see if you spotted that, but there were a few cover flares coming out from TOP1. So they're kind of trying to change the layout of their gas station. So any teams that looks to crash onto it, there's like going to be some hiding spots that usually aren't there. And if no one spotted them, guess what? That could really be a surprise factor that teams are not fully prepared for. So these cover flares, again, able to throw a spanner in the works, hopefully, in favor of TOP1. And the circle did shift, and guess what? The gas station is still in play. But DG, they got the 2-2 split, and luckily enough, 2 of their members in Nomi and Sajira are also in the zone, so this is an easy transition for the rest of the squad to regroup, take the northern side of the road, and hopefully, who knows, maybe make it to a podium, even possibly up to a silver medal in this finishing moment. But Ozrox are the team that have to commit to a big move here, Jackie. They have to do something, otherwise the blue zone will be claiming every single one of their members.
Yeah, dude, that's the scary thing, right? It's exactly what we saw previously, sort of paralysis by analysis for this team, where they leave it too late before they try and go for a place. And you don't even get the option. You're just forced at the mercy of the other teams around you that have already gone for the heads-up maneuver. So they've got to decide to make a play sooner rather than later. You have the vehicle right there. They just don't want to be caught with their pants around their ankles, debating whether or not if it's the go signal to make a move on this. Smoke down, drive a little bit towards the backside, see if you bait out the shots first. They're trying to create space between them both. First man falls. It was only one in the vehicles. The bad boy's still alive, but this doesn't help them in their overall mindset of being able to get further forward. The eyes light up from TOP1 now as they know Bad Boy should be the last one trapped in position. They're going to get shots back onto him. Icy as well, looking to see if he can steal away some extra points, spamming in the periphery of the smoke here, tracing with the bullets downrange.
That was some beautiful vehicle tracking from Zerich with the York. With the 6x scope in particular, he was just right on those shots. He was able to connect almost everything with that spray, so really good execution from Zerich. But yeah, that's it. The blue zone going to be the true deadly enemy of Ozrox, as they're going to be out and not able to make their way into the podium. As here, we're down to the last 3 teams, TOP1, DG77, and Vicious. But it is going to be a 4v4 v2. And really, looking at Vicious, they're just hoping they don't get involved in any skirmishes so they can maybe claim that silver medal. Now, oh, looking at Neos, actually does have also a cover flare. And looking at the fact that we still have 1 circle to pop, it could be a hard shift, it could center up. You want to hold on to those cover flares until the bitter end of this game. It can really make such a huge difference in these open-like endings. As a few cover flares also dropping down, I think thrown away by Vicious themselves. And it does go the way of Vicious. So they could be looking here, possibly, Jackie, to go in a proper 2v4 v4 scenario and maybe subvert expectations and get a chicken dinner here on Rondo to wrap up day 1 of Knockout Stage.
It certainly could be. It feels like it'd be the prime time for them to do it. Stab their way through the remaining opposition here and walk away with that chicken dinner. Leave no stone unturned, though, if you're going to go for a play on this one. Don't leave it up to fate. A head-to-head between TOP1 and DG77 seems to be the forefront focus on it, with a maybe late round backstab from Narvalo and Icy potentially being the thorn in their side if they do see a window to third party onto it where they could close some of the spacing. Dream scenario being these 2 teams engage, leave themselves in a weakened state, then you could steal away a higher placement or even a first place. That's the peek in. Good tracing from Icy once again. Narvalo even assists to flush out back over onto Freezer. TOP1 and DG77 go to war with one another, and now the Vicious are driving forward. They want to seize the day on this one. Lots of sides losing their firepower, with only one man standing strong for DG. It's Zadira in the 1v2. He's tucked himself into the zone, accepted his fate on that one, and the Vicious, with a third-party plays, will snatch away our last chicken dinner of day 1 of Knockout.
Oh, beautiful timing here from IC and Narvalo, able to just wait for the fight to be initiated between the remaining two squads. And yeah, TT Project and DG77 were just not ready for that off angle whatsoever. So it will be a Romanian chicken dinner here this time around from this squad that dominated in their respective regional PMNC. And here, 16 eliminations. I was almost hoping that we did see them secure a few more of those eliminations, maybe to get a 20 elimination chicken dinner bomb here on Rondo, but it was just not quite able to work out in that way, as of course they weren't fully involved in the fight. But I like it, the timing as the fight devolves and fully wraps up for these two teams. They slowly, with the car, push up even more and more deeper in the circle and able to actually just push out the final player out in the blue. So beautiful execution from Vicious. That this is, I would say, Jackie, way closer to our initial expectations for this roster and what they could bring to the table in PMGO EECA.
Yeah, when they came into the lobby, you know, we were expecting them to hit us with the big salute and being able to pick up a chicken dinner somewhere along the day with how impressive this team really can be. And they show us that firepower sooner rather than later. Yes, game one on Miramar wasn't what they wanted, but this is a perfect display. I see individually proving just how powerful he can be from a distance, right, the entire time, harassing every team in the lobby. Good chip damage, good conversions. Let's have a look at the overall. Elims, nearly 700 damage being sported. Koa, 5 elims preceding that as well. And it was Narvalo in the late game that was very good in terms of his follow-up impact as well from that little split they had, playing off of the off angles behind the tree line. Fair play to them, Max. Nice to see the Vicious finding a big scorer on that game.
I do wish, though, that Dorian and Koa didn't go for that, I would call it very ballsy push, right? At sending two players in the car, in the Dacia, trying to actually just get those eliminations. I think they just got a bit desperate to swipe under the rug all of those teams that were on the southern edge so they can just facilitate their own transition. But unfortunately, it was a bit risky, and they did get punished, losing 2 of their members, half of the squad. If they did have all the members, I think this could have been a 20 elimination game coming out from this squad. But sometimes it's just not meant to be. As we check out the match summary, and you know what? We're even further away here, Jackie, from those 100 eliminations this game. Here, we're going to be down to 80. But of course, because of the playing path, it makes more sense as we had a bigger spread between Neox and good old Yulin.
Oh, mate. Some mad scenes on that one. The whole day he's been delivering with some big plays. Yeah, so a bit of a calmer one in terms of the overall elims, but not in terms of the way we saw the quantity and quality of those frags come from. It was certainly explosive to watch. Makes sense as well. Our selected winning team MVP there being Icy, who really did live up to his name. He was so damn cold when it came to elims, he just could not afford to let it go. Playing with a frozen level of lethality on that one, mate. Fun to watch.
I remember stories from the very early days in PUBG Mobile esports where Icy would try and weasel his way into tournaments, but he wasn't old enough. He couldn't play based on the rule book, and he was trying his best. And when he turned 16, well, it was an absolute field day for this guy. He was dominating all of the European region, and he'd not only been the MVP of the match, but also been our top fragger, top performer, with almost 700 damage to his name and able to make it so deep in this game. Really good stuff from Icy on Narvalo in particular. And also Koa is up there with 5 eliminations of his own. But I do want to highlight some players such as Sanich, for example. Good to see them not go for these weird hot drops on Rondo. It shows a lot of potential, right? That if they can fix those early stages of Phase 1, Phase 2, Sanich and his squad, I think, could genuinely be really high up on the rankings. But right now, the survival time is really what they need to focus on.
Let's have a look at the rankings off the back of that one as well then for our 5th and final game of the day. In terms of the points accrued, you can see obviously the top dogs with the big elim game and the placement points itself being the overall victors there in the Vicious, walking away with a 26-point game off the back of it. Going to be very happy with how that one went down, making up for earlier transgressions today, so they won't be upset at all about Miramar anymore. Towards the bottom side, familiar faces. It's not been the best run of things for some of our teams here. Surprising, of course, for Aurora. They had that one moment of greatness battling in the blue, but just couldn't really get much more from it. Amix as well, only the 5 points. 777, only 4 points taken. Let's see what that means then for our end of day 1 rankings. This is the lay of the land at the end of day 1 of Knockouts, Max.
And what a step up from Vicious, going up from the bottom of the rankings with that chicken dinner, able to climb up to 6th place. There's still a relatively big gap, as I was mentioning earlier before this game started, a big gap between 5th and 6th place. So right now, that's really what you want to focus on, is getting rid of that gap. So if you're the likes of Vicious, TGM, Afterlife, Go, etc., you want to make sure you can get close to that 40, 50 points entering into day 2, so you can be in the conversation of the teams that could be reaching the finals throughout the knockout stage alone, which would be a big, big achievement. But yeah, DG77 have been looking just so deadly. I love their 2-2 split game plans. I would say it's very similar to TT Project so far macro-wise. DG77 and TT Project are looking like the most solid and consistent teams in this lobby. So actually, that might mean that Zadira might be our MVP of the day, Jackie. I wouldn't be too surprised if one of those members is going to be taking home that award for day 1 of Knockout. Though on the second page, a few teams here have only played 2 matches. I'm not going to be too harsh on the likes of A-Mix, of 777. Though you have teams like D2R, Metacore, KZ Esports, Avalanche. They've all played 5 matches. They still have yet to have their break, and yet they're on the second page. That is not what you want to see for these teams after day 1.
No, not at all, not at all. That's the more sad state of affairs, right? The teams that did play a decent chunk of their games today. But let's talk about something a bit more positive. Our overall MVP for day 1 at the knockout stage, and here he is, Kino from Champions. Of course, the entire Champions team have been delivering, but this man in particular being a standout because he has had some cinema-level gameplay today, Max.
Really, he's been taking a few risks in some of these games in terms of position in particular, but the thing is, if he gets to that position successfully without getting knocked or damaged significantly, he's able to create such a big advantage for his team that they can just then completely surround the enemy squad and win the fight. So Kino, such a good, I would call him almost the initiator of today, going for so many strong engages. But oh my goodness, actually, that's quite a big elimination difference. 4 more limbs compared to the likes of Freezer, Zadira. Dog's got 14, so he's a little bit closer, but this has been strong day for Mongolia and DG77 today here, Jackie. And we'll see if they can keep the heat going in the next 2 days of action.
Yeah, bro, if they can maintain this pace as things continue. Very exciting scenes there with our overall leaders reaching double digits in a very short space of time, sporting some high MVP ratings as well, and overall decent damage, 2.5k nearly being the average. That's what you want to see. Here's the breakdown in terms of the raw elims themselves, though, with Doc in a close second on that one. 14 elims for the face of fighting on Aurora, it seems, always up for a bout.
Yeah, no, definitely some good numbers all over the board for these 5 players. Though I want to see for Aurora in particular tomorrow, just respecting some teams a little bit more. I think they got a little bit too dicey with GOAT in particular on the Eastern Bridge of Wrangle, so something that maybe they can just look to avoid, or if they do want to commit to the fight, just do it in a bit of a more consistent, dominating fashion. But yeah, I'm happy with all these names, right? I think that you and Jackie in particular, you mentioned Zadira as an outlier back in his home region. He's stepping up to the plate, same for Freezer. Yeah. So these are all big names that you would expect, and it's really good to see Kino, right, step it up for the side of Champions, and we'll see if they can maintain it for the next 2 days worth of action, because so far, this knockout stage has been getting real serious and dicey for these teams, so it's going to be tough to see who will be in our top 4 at the end of these 3 days of action.
Oh yeah, it's going to be some juicy stuff. I can't wait to see what this is going to be looking like when the knockout stage comes to a close, and just how different or potentially similar the results are. In terms of repeat chicken dinners today, there was none of that. We had a different victor each and every game. You can see we started it back on Rondo there at the beginning of the day, and that was DG77 that picked it up. Champions taking the following win on Erangel. Star Soldiers with that nice run of things today as well, right? They had some good third-party maneuvers that led them to that win on Miramar, TT Project, and then finally the Vicious to round us out. All in all, mate, some good signs of life from nearly every squad out there. Bottom end of the pack, though, it is looking a little bit rough for some of our teams. Towards the top end, the good element is everyone is vying for that top spot. We're seeing a lot of shuffling, right, between our big names and a lot of signs of life, Max. So I think what we'll do then is leave everyone wanting more as we start to look forward to tomorrow. We'll come back and see how that starts to break down. Before we wrap up today's show then for day 1 of Knockouts, any final words from yourself, Max? Anything you were impressed by today? Quick highlights?
Not impressed by the hot drops, hoping that's going to be fixed moving forward. But no, I'm really excited for, in particular, Day 3, because the cool thing about these knockout stages, right, is that if you're in top 4, you go straight to the finals. It's not like you get eliminated at this stage, right? So teams might actually be a little bit cautious at the top to see if they can make it directly in those good old grand finals.
Oh, yes, that's what we're going to be waiting to see. Who makes it through in the top 4? Who's got to fight another day? A lot of storylines, a lot of action. Thanks so much for everyone that tuned in today. From myself, of course, Jackie, and the magnificent Maxman, and the amazing production team here. We'll see you tomorrow, same place, same time, with some even more exciting PUBG Mobile esports.